Indeed, this is a holiday and you are here. We appreciate it so much. Good morning and welcome to Fallen Walls Lab Ghana 2025. It's going to be another thrilling session of competition of ideas, innovations, and talents. Our jury is ready as they do every year, and they have a very difficult job of selecting just one person to represent Ghana in Berlin at the lab finale. Are you ready? Oh, my presenters don't seem ready this morning. If you're ready, give me yeah. Okay, the loudest is going to Berlin. I can tell you that for sure. Indeed, we want to begin by getting our number one organizer, DAAD Ghana, to step forward and give us the welcome remarks. We should have had the country director, Lena Loima, here, but she has an equally important assignment to also undertake. So in her stead, the Senior Programs Officer of DAAD Ghana, Mr. Felix Barnes, is here to welcome us. Let's give him a very resounding round of applause. Oh, be generous with your applause this morning.
Thank you very much and welcome once again. And I must say I'm happy to be here in the stead of Lena. I'm sad that Lena is not here to witness this in person because she had wanted to be here, having this great event at our new location. We just launched this office since April, end of April, and we are happy to host you here. So I'm just reading the speech of Lena. So imagine Lena in front of you. And good morning, everyone, and best regards from Lena. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to our 10th edition of Fallen Walls Lab Ghana. What a special year this is. So this year, we are celebrating 100 years of DAAD in the world. And then DAAD in Ghana is 25 years also. And today is 10 years of Fallen Walls, and what's a proud moment for all of us. So this event is part of a global Fallen Walls initiative leading up to the finale in Berlin. And the winner here today will receive a fully funded trip to present their idea on an international stage, including professional video production to showcase their innovation. And while we are still waiting for the first Ghanaian to win in Berlin, we know it's just a matter of time. We'll be there, we'll get there. But let's be clear here, Fallen Walls Lab Ghana is not just a pre-selection, it's a powerful event in its own right. It gives emerging talent platform, creates new networks and supports interdisciplinary dialogue, all with a strong focus on challenges and innovations that matter in the Ghanaian context. So the motto of DAAD, German Academic Exchange Service, is change by exchange. So most people know us for scholarships, university partnerships, and if you don't know, this is what DAAD stands for. So feel free to visit us, and this is our new office. You can visit us and ask all your questions that you need to know about scholarship, university partnerships. But the change through exchange goes beyond academia. We believe in the power of innovation to tackle real-life problems, in the ability of science to bridge divides, and in the importance of open dialogue across borders. That's why we are expecting to be hosting this event today. This year, we received over 136 applications, in fact, 136 applications, which means people are really interested and people have ideas to present. First, it was a lot of work choosing our finalists today, and so a big thank you to our partners, Startup Lounge Africa, and also Youth Climate Council Ghana for supporting us. And second, if you're pitching here today, you already impressed us. We are excited to see what you bring on the stage. So let's give a big round of applause to all those who are presenting today. And a heartfelt thank you also goes to our distinguished jury who have volunteered their services to us today just to see young innovators, and probably because they are curious too, like we are. Thank you for your time and dedication. And let's also appreciate them as well, please. A big round of applause to our jury. And last but not the least, we also want to say a big thank you to the German Federal Office for funding today's event and the winner's journey to Berlin. And I wish us all a wonderful and insightful presentations, inspiring conversations, and new connections. Thank you, and let's break some walls today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause for Mr. Felix Barnes. Let me hasten to add the Falling Walls Lab Ghana is doing this in collaboration with DAAD Ghana, Startup Lounge Africa, and Youth Climate Council Ghana. A few housekeeping rules. We are breaking the wall of hydration or dehydration. We have water dispensers at the entrance, and please go there and drink if you feel thirsty. In order to start another wall of pollution, we have paper cups instead of plastic cups. Keep your cup for reuse before discarding after several uses. Please do take note. And with so much hydration, you may need to use the washroom. Please find it labeled at the left side of this hall. This event is live on YouTube on the DAAD Ghana channel. To all our presenters, please share the link. There will be a chance for the audience award on our Slido board. Scan the QR code on the program outline and you are there. Or you can also go to www.daadghana.org/falling walls. Let me also add that be aware that this is a public event and still images and videos are being taken by the DAAD. The DAAD reserves the right of usage and publication of all photos and videos produced for the DAAD during this Falling Walls Lab Ghana event here today. I have to also quickly acknowledge, I think that deserves a big round of applause. Oh, the applause, be generous. This morning, be very, very, very generous. I would first of all introduce our jury, and let me hasten to add that they are doing this free of charge at no cost to anyone. They are giving us their expertise, they are giving us their time. Let's give them another round of applause. Our first member of the jury is the chair, and he does this year after year. He is Mr. Chonam Cleanse Akpelo, and he is the CEO of Suku Technologies. He is a Ghanaian economist, industrialist, and technology entrepreneur, serving as the CEO of Suku Technologies, a leading IT solutions firm with clients across Africa and Europe. Please, Mr. Chair, let the audience see you. Next to him, we have another quiet man. Professor Nick Monk is here with us this year again. He is the chair of Humboldt Foundation Research, Ames Ghana. He works with Ames Ghana and the University of Sheffield. Can we give Professor Nick Monk a big round of applause? He is the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation German Research Chair in Mathematics and its applications at the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, Ames Ghana. Next, we have another professor, and she is in the person of Professor Lydia Mosi. She's the Associate Professor of Cell and Molecular Biology at the University of Ghana. Please give her a big round of applause. Her introduction is always a mouthful, and I would attempt it this year as well, Prof. Professor Lydia Mosi is an Associate Professor of Cell and Molecular Biology at the University of Ghana's Department of Biochemistry. She also serves as the Deputy Director of Administration at the West African Center for Cell Biology and Infectious Pathogens. Please give her a big round of applause. Now we have the newest member of our jury, Elena Mensah. Please let's give her a big round of applause. She is a research manager at Germany Trade and Investment, GTAI, based in Accra, Ghana. In her role, she conducts in-depth research and analysis on various sectors across Anglophone West African countries, aiming to provide insights that attract foreign investment and support German businesses exploring opportunities in the region. Please, a big round of applause for Elena Mensah. Next, we have the CEO and co-founder of one of our partners, Startup Lounge Africa. Samuel Opoku is a Ghanaian entrepreneur and ecosystem builder. He reorganized for his leadership in advancing startups and SMEs across Africa and Europe. Please, a big round of applause for Samuel Opoku. Our last jury member who will be joining us shortly is Mr. Maximus Ametogu. He's the digital lead of CEO and CEO of Pop Out. He is a digital marketing strategist, technology analyst, and the CEO of Pop Out, a digital innovation and marketing firm. Let's give him a big round of applause while he gets into his seat. Seated on the jury table is a man who is not going to give any marks or award any points to our presenters, but is here to collate the results on behalf of DAAD. Please put your hands together for Mr. Felix Barnes one more time, Senior Programs Officer at DAAD. My presenters, are you ready for today? Yes, my name is Perry Usweje. I'll be your MC/moderator for today. Our presenters have 3 minutes to present their idea, and the timer will be on the screen to my left. Please go straight to the point. After the 3 minutes, our jury will ask you questions if need be. This is all preparing you for the grand finale in Berlin. Our first presenter is Mr. Hassan Kote from the University of Development Studies, and he is breaking the wall of dengue virus inhibition. Can we give him a big, big round of applause? Oh, be generous with your applause. We are just starting our presentation, so please pay rapt attention. No movement, no distractions from the back. Hassan, the stage is yours.
Okay. Is it working? It seems it's not working. No. But it's not showing me. Oh, okay. Okay, it's working, yeah. Now, imagine the world being affected by a disease where there's no cure. Just like COVID-19 pandemic that occurred, as we all can relate. As a scientist, being able to discover a drug that would be able to inhibit this particular infection, I'm sure you would jubilate. Just like Archimedes did when he discovered the Archimedes principle by screaming and shouting, Eureka, which means I found it. The same applies to dengue viral infection. Now, dengue virus is transmitted by a mosquito known as the... Please, there's a problem. Please. Okay, the video is supposed to show. Let's get it. We were supposed to show. Okay, please, can I start it? Hold on. Because I've already started. Yes, I should start. Boss, take it easy, yeah? Okay.
Our jury chair is being generous to you, so please take his counsel and calm down and deliver. Over to you, Hassan.
All right. So imagine the world being affected by a disease where there's no cure. Just like COVID-19 pandemic that occurred, as we all can relate. As a scientist, being able to discover a drug that will be able to inhibit this particular infection, I'm sure you would jubilate. Just like Archimedes did when he discovered the Archimedes principle by screaming and shouting, Eureka, which means I found it. The same applies to dengue viral infection. Now, dengue virus is transmitted by a mosquito known as the Aedes aegypti. Now, the World Health Organization estimates shows that about 100 to 400 million dengue viral infections occur each year. But then the catch here is the signs and symptoms of dengue virus is similar to that of malaria. As a result, there's a lot of misdiagnosis when it comes to dengue viral infection. Now, dengue virus is really emerging and neglected disease of public health concern. Currently, there's no antiviral drug that has been approved for the treatment of dengue viral infection, with the exception of a vaccine that is known as Dengvaxia that was produced by Sanofi Pasteur in 2016. Now, this vaccine was effective for patients that were seropositive. That is, patients that have had prior exposure to this particular virus. But then it wasn't effective for patients that were seronegative. As a result, a lot of people that took the vaccine had a lot of side effects. A lot of people were hospitalized, and a lot of people died, which clearly shows that we should be able to discover a drug that will be able to inhibit this particular viral infection. Now, for us to be able to do this, first of all, we need to understand the mechanism by which the virus is able to cause infection. Now, when the virus enters into the human cell, the virus is able to multiply in number, by so doing causing infection. So the question that we ask ourselves is, what is responsible for the multiplication of the virus within the human cell? But then in our research, we were able to find out that there's a particular protein that is responsible for the multiplication of the virus within the human cell. So therefore, what this means is that if we have a drug that can bind and arrest this particular protein, it means that the virus will be able to enter into the human cell, but it will not be able to multiply in number. By so doing, there will be no infection. And this is the wall I seek to break. But then I realized a lot of scientists have used different compounds to target the same protein. Unfortunately, the compounds were highly toxic, so they couldn't make it to clinical trials. Now, even though the compounds have limitations, I realized that the compounds have good affinity for the protein. So to solve this problem, I developed a supervised machine learning algorithm that's able to basically try to be able to modulate. So using this machine learning algorithm, I then developed a model. Now using this model, I then screened about 65,345 compounds. Surprisingly, only 3 of the compounds were able to have features which is similar to the model, which shows that these compounds will have good affinity for the protein. But then I needed to verify this. So I did molecular docking, basically to be able to understand whether the compounds will be able to bind to the active side of the protein. And when I did that, I realized that all the 3 compounds were able to bind to the active side of the protein, which basically validates the model. So the next thing I did is check certain properties of this compound, like the absorption, the distribution, the metabolism, and the excretion. And I realized that these compounds were able to have good profile. I also checked whether the compounds has the ability to inhibit cytochrome B450 enzyme that is responsible for breaking down most of the drug. But then when I checked, I realized that they do not have the ability to do that, which is also a good thing. So quite recently, we are trying to do an animal study where we want to test these 3 compounds to see how effective they may be, so that at the end of the day, we can also scream and shout, Eureka, which means we found it. Thank you.
Jury, please proceed with your questions.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi. Yes, thank you for your presentation. My question is, I want to understand just the general application for industry, and also, are you the first person to do this? Do you have the IP to it, or how does it work?
Okay, so with the machine learning algorithm, I was the one who did it using Python, basically. So I use Python to be able to do it. So what you normally do is that, over here you can see we have big data. So before you are able to bring out this data, you have to get your own data. And how do you do that? It means that you have to scout through literature to see the works that other scientists have done. So what you do is that you pick this compound and then check the interactions that they have with the protein. So you have to select quite a number of them. I did about let's say 500 compounds. All right. So after getting these compounds, then remember that you have to create even a decoy of the compound. So it takes a lot of time. But then you have to be able to just develop the algorithm yourself. Yeah, basically using Python. Yeah. Okay.
So thank you for your presentation, which was quite fast. The compounds, are they proprietary? Are they freely available? Are they coming from one of those boxes like, we have compound boxes like the malaria box or whatnot? Who has access to those compounds?
Yeah, so they are synthetic compounds from ChemDave, pharmaceutical industry in the US. So it's purchasable compounds, basically.
So who has the rights, like the IP to the compounds?
So ChemDave pharmaceutical, yes, ChemDave. So what you normally do is that with the drug screening process, after you've done the computational study and you've had, let's say, the compounds of interest, you then purchase the compounds and then test them. But these are compounds that have not been tested on any disease, basically.
Are they derivatives from, let's say, plant extracts or what?
No, they are synthetic compounds.
I know, but are they derivatives of plant extracts?
Yes. So what we normally do is that we pick some from plant extracts and others too from synthetic sources, basically. So some of the compounds, you can't use just one compound to do that. You have to take it from different sources of compounds. Okay. So you can just take from the natural sources and also from the synthetic sources as well, basically.
Good.
So what's your 5-year plan? In 5 years, what should we expect from this project?
Okay, so in 5 years, so currently what we are trying to do is that, so in March, I was in Cambridge University and presented this work in Cambridge University and also Royal Society of Medicine. So currently, we are looking at being able to basically do, let's say, an animal study to be able to test this compound. So in 5 years from now, I'm expecting probably I should be doing my PhD and also maybe continue with this work whilst doing the PhD, basically. Yeah.
I do have one last question.
Please ask.
Can you make these compounds yourself? If one of the three is Eureka, would you be able to synthesize them yourself? Or you're going to sell the idea to yet another person to, I don't know.
Okay, so we can synthesize the compounds ourselves, basically. But then we can also basically sell the idea, because all this is based on money. So if we are able to get the funding, but then if we don't get it, then basically we need to sell the idea. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's clap for him.
Let me add that, audience, please give him another round of applause. It's not easy to present a pitch, particularly at the first person. So let's give another round of applause to Hassan. And be generous with your applause this morning. We have one of our presenters, one of two who are presenting online. They are not here in the country with us. They are writing some exams elsewhere, but would pick him up on the screen. He is Andy Donsa Yaboa, and he's from Yap Foods Limited. He's breaking the wall of agricultural waste and plastic. He also has 3 minutes, and he'll be joining us online right now. While we are getting that in order, let me also acknowledge the presence of Fallen Walls Lab Ghana alumni in the house. We have our 2023 winner, Mortiti. If Mortiti is here, can Mortiti please stand? He represented Ghana in Berlin in 2023. He's looking like a big man, Prof. Mr. Chonam, can't you see? You guys did a good job in 2023. I asked him if he brought me a gift from Berlin. He said everything is finished. We have also some other alumni. Can we see all of you stand to your feet so we acknowledge you? I saw Kelly, I saw my brother here. A few of yes. Oh, please stand, don't be shy. Let's give them a big hand. The beautiful thing about Falling Walls is we are all winners and we become a big family. One of the main concepts is we build networks and then we grow together. Are we ready? We are still setting up. Do we have Mr. Daniel Taylor here? It's Mr. Daniel Taylor here. We want to quickly acknowledge him. He will be joining us shortly. He's also an alumni. He's a project manager for skills development at TVET at the AHK, German Chamber of Commerce. He will be joining us shortly. But are we ready? Are we ready? Andy Donsa Yaboa is from Yap Foods Limited, and he will be speaking on breaking the wall of agricultural waste and plastic. Okay, while we get our technical team to sort this out, you can't believe our team. We also need good connectivity from Andy's end. So we'll go to the next presenter. Can we have Beatrice Ifia Wilson step forward? She's from Onlukino Academic Research and Development Lab. She speaks on breaking the wall of climate sustainability barrier. Please give Beatrice a big round of applause. Beatrice, once you step to the stage, your 3 minutes begin.
As a climate entrepreneur or researcher, I have to go through Fallen Walls Lab, Orange Corners. Okay. Are
you ready with our timer? Okay, Go.
As a climate entrepreneur or researcher, I have to go through Fallen Walls Lab, Orange Corners, and other startup hubs to get access to visibility, funding, and collaborations. According to UNDP 2025, Africa's climate startups face R&D losses over $500,000, leading to delays in development and scaling of climate solutions. So I'd like to ask, can Ghana's climate entrepreneurs, innovators, and researchers unlock the 1.1 trillion climate commercialization opportunity by 2040? I am Beatrice Efia-Olsen, and I'm breaking the barriers of climate sustainability. I present to you Unlockino Academic Research and Development Labs. So Unlockino is an AI-powered matchmaking platform that connects Ghanaian green businesses, startups, and researchers with global green tech labs, venture capitalists, investors, and other corporate organizations who may be in need of ESG support. What we are doing is we are bridging the gap between how climate entrepreneurs in Africa get access to funding, visibility, and collaborations. We are not only focusing on the startups, but we are also incorporating the academic research and development labs, which have been indicated to be leading in terms of agribusiness, renewable energy, and other aspects of climate innovations in the global south. So why are we doing this? We intend to ensure that, or how are we doing this? So as I shared, you can scan the QR codes on your decks to have a full view of how our AI-powered platform works. So we use AI to filter down the research and development labs and startups that are available in Africa and the works that they are doing. We portray their works, make them visible to global markets and then opportunities, ensuring that these venture capitalists, people in COP, so we always go to COP 29, COP 28, COP 30 is coming in, and we talk about Global South having access to about 3 trillion funding in terms of climate solutions, but we never see it. We want to make sure that our academic research and development labs, as well as our startups, are tapping into this ultimate opportunity that will help us prevent the delays in implementation of our innovation and also showcase Africa's talent on the global scale or global markets. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Beatrice. Very calm and relaxed.
Please, our jury, please speak quite loudly into our microphone so that the technical team can pick all the sound.
All right. What is your plan for making money? You didn't tell me how you're going to make money.
Thank you so much for the question. So our monetization strategy is such that on the part of the investors and then corporate organizations who are looking to tap into Africa's innovation, they would have to subscribe for as low as, let's say, $50 from the onset. So it's a freemium. You get access to it for some time, and then you are required to pay to continue getting access to it. Aside that, we are hoping to also have customized matchmaking. So in terms of that, let's say you're an African startup or an academic research and development lab. You want to get access to, let's say, Shell, because you are working on renewable energy, right? So you let us know, and we connect you with Shell. We have about 2 organizations already signed up with us, FedTech, which is a fintech company in the US, and Faro Associates, which is a climate finance organization in the US as well. So these kind of institutions are looking to really tap into Africa's talent. So they just pay some subscription fee, or if you're a startup, signing up onto the platform is actually free. But then if you want customized access to these organizations, you would have to pay a small premium to access.
Thank you for your presentation. So in this effort to build relationships between Ghanaian skills and potential investors, venture capitalists, which is the limiting step? Is it Ghanaians needing access or finding out about those companies who can support them, or actually those companies learning about Ghana? Which do you think is the limiting one?
Yeah, so it works both ways. Sometimes when you're a startup founder, you don't even really know which organizations may really be needing the product or the service that you're looking for. So imagine you get to sign up onto the platform for free, and you get access to, these corporate organizations who are listed, and you see, hey, they are really working on something that is directly related to my product or my service. I'd like to make a match. Okay, maybe I have to pay $50. I would like to invest that to get access to this company. We get back to you by contacting the company and then arranging a meeting. We will offer consulting as well. That's part of our model. Thank you too.
How are you ensuring that these startups are already investor ready? And then how do you qualify which startups join? Which level do they have to be at to be able to join?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I was expecting that. So we've been organizing some programs to be able to tap into the startup ecosystem, and also we have country managers. We've worked in 3 countries so far, Ghana to begin with, Rwanda, and then Kenya. So what we do is we select country managers, and these country managers have scientific background. So it's either you're working in the lab or you have worked in a research and academic development lab before. So you have sort of relationship with those labs already, or you also verify. So these country managers ensure that they authenticate. Is this organization ready? Are they registered? Can these corporate organizations trust these organizations? Have these organizations, have these startups patented their solution before they are signing up, so that we don't, get ourselves caught in the middle trying to mediate, conflicts that may arise based on, hey, this person stole my idea or something like that. So that's what we are doing. We position country managers. These people serve as points of contact, and then through them we are able to verify if the startup is ready to hop onto the platform. Thank you too.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm just wondering what part of the sort of, I guess I would say value chain, I'll use it very loosely, are you targeting? So for investors, for example, which part is the early stage, mid stage, what, and how do you, I guess, bridge those kind of connections? How do you make it happen?
Okay, so we use our partnerships. So as I stated, we've already signed up FedTech and Farrell Associates. We recently signed up ASEC also. So through partnerships, through our connections, my co-founder is actually one of the leading people in the climate space. So he has the connections that we need to, get the people on board. And then on the side of the stage, as I stated earlier, at least you should be registered or your idea should be patented, because we don't want a situation where you come in with conflict. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, be generous with your applause. Thank you, Beatrice. Breaking the wall of climate sustainability barrier. Is our next presenter ready? Mr. Boya Joseph is from Eastern Freshora. He speaks on breaking the wall of post-harvest losses. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome Joseph Boya. And please, our presenters, the pointer should be left right here. Don't take it away.
Put yourself in the shoes of Mrs. Selina. Put yourself in the shoes of Mrs. Selinam, a
a smallholder tomato farmer who loses about 65% of her income due to the perishable nature of tomatoes, as buyers offer her lower prices. Now, there are 66% loss of tomatoes, fruits and vegetables nationwide in Ghana due to their perishable nature and limited access to storage facilities. Now, this results in a $1.34 billion annual loss, food insecurity, poverty, and hunger. Now, plastic packaging, which is used to minimize this problem, causes the release of greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide, which causes climate change. Now, a single spot tomato might seem insignificant, but multiply it by thousands, and suddenly farmers earn less, traders hike prices, and families pay more for less. Post-harvest losses don't just hurt Mrs. Selinam, they strain our entire food system. At Eastern Freshwater in the University of Ghana, we have developed an innovative biomaterial coating which is made from snail shells. Now, from the snail shells, we extract chitosan, a biopolymer which has microbial properties and film-forming properties. Okay. Which has, okay. So, how it works? We spray the coating on the fruit or vegetable. It forms a thin film on the fruit or vegetables, about 10 micrometers. That is 1/10 the thickness of a hair. And it reduces exchange of gases such as CO2, O2, and ethylene, and also has microbial properties, which reduces decay. Now, this, we've tested it on several produce, including pear and the tomato. So the coated tomato lasted about 2 weeks and was intact inside and outside, and the uncoated one perished. So we think that this technology has huge market potential and cannot only be applied on fruits and vegetables, but also fish and meat. Now, by this technology, we are looking at reducing food waste, reducing the use of single-use plastic, and therefore reducing its potential effect on climate change. We are also promoting better nutrition for all, as all of us here can have a fruit and vegetable. And lastly, for Mrs. Selinam, who loses a huge amount of her income due to post-harvest losses. Thank you.
Please proceed, Jerry.
Thank you very much, Joseph, right?
Yeah.
Good. This is interesting. How safe is it for consumption? Assuming I don't have water to wash my tomato, and I have sprayed this on my tomato, can I consume it?
Yes, so it is fully edible. It has no scent and it has no flavor. It's fully edible. It's safe.
On the packaging, you have
Yeah.
acetic acid.
Yeah.
And you're telling me it has no scent and no flavor?
Yeah.
That's not true.
Oh. So it's made from chitosan, which we extract from the snail shells, a biomaterial. So that biomaterial is safe for consumption. It's used in food additives, wastewater treatment, and food packaging. So it's completely safe. It's just a tiny amount of it is inside, but you have to, when you went to FD, they said you have to list it there. That's why. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My question is on, thank you for your presentation, is on, I'm just trying to understand how much of your solution is in play as opposed to also the natural environment that actually would also cause the food to actually go away.
Yes, so one factor you have to look at is relative humidity, where you are storing the fruit. So as part of this, we're also looking at training farmers in where to store their fruit so that they will have it, they'll keep it for long. And especially those without cold chain facility, this is a very good innovation for them. You can just spray it, and for long distance delivery of food, for example, pear, sometimes it takes a long time before it comes to the market. And when they come, a lot of them are spoiled. It gives an extra shelf life for the pear before they get to the market.
How long? How long is that?
Yes, so we tested it on pear, and then the normal pear takes 5 days. That is from when we bought it, and then it begins to turn brown. But this one ours took 12 days before it began to turn brown.
One last question, and who are you mostly selling this to? Who is your target?
Okay, so our target market is the market women, and market women, especially those without coaching facilities. So even in the market, after you purchase all the fruits, they purchase the fruit from the source, you spray it at the source. It's not a chemical fungicide, and then it is very good, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to find out, let's say the product is being used at the farm gates.
Yes.
Then the middlemen are also using it. It comes to the market women are also using it. Then when it comes to my home, I also want it to last longer. I also use it. Does it have an impact?
Yes, so one thing is about traceability. So if you have, for example, those are the farm gates, those who have big farms, they can come and buy the concentrate, they mix it with water. But then we have to know that, okay, this set of fruits, so usually in outside or something, they can just put a sticker on the food so that this batch is coated, or we put a sticker on the food that, or this kind of fruits are coated. So you don't need to coat them again, so that we can trace it from there. So when you see the fruit, you know that it is not, you can't coat it again. Yeah. And we use local snail shells, which is abundant, and food used from the food waste industry. I mean, food industry, nobody uses snail shells, but we take a lot of these snail shells from the markets, and then we process them into our material, which we use for this.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. So I just wanted to follow on from that final point. You say it's abundant. Is this a new compound that hasn't been used before, and is it possible to scale up the production? Is that an easy process?
It's for the local Ghanaian context, we can get it from crabs, crustacean. But looking at crustacean, we can't get shrimps, a lot of shrimp shells. But for the snail industry, we produce a lot of snails, and then their shells are discarded. So we have to extract the compound from the shell. That is, we process it, we clean it, we grind it to powder, and then I'm giving a lot of information, but yeah, we have to extract it, and it's abundant. Yeah.
So, how much does it cost you to make this right here, the sample?
Okay, so this is the one we are sending to everybody, but we price at 20 cedis. Price at 20 cedis. So that's the first cohort, let me call it the first cohort, but with time, once you're able to, scale up the production and get more abundant raw materials, the price will go down and it will be affordable for everybody. We are also looking at making it in a nano form, so you can just add a little water, and then with just 1 liter of water, with just a small portion, you can spray it. And that's yeah.
And I really like the question that Eleanor asked you, the continuous spraying. You're saying that using a sticker system, you can say it's been sprayed once.
Yes.
Doesn't mean if it's been sprayed once, you shouldn't spray it again.
Yes, you shouldn't.
What will happen if you do?
You shouldn't. It's just if it is sprayed once, the film is on it, the coating is on it. So you are just adding more shelf life to it. But then in other sense, if it is supposed to, maybe it's perishable, it will surely perish. But if it's supposed to perish at a certain level, and it will perish inside, but maybe the outside will not show. Okay.
Samuel, you have another question? Let's do it quickly.
I'm sold on the
No, it's so on that same point, right? So does that mean no matter what, even if it's so your 5 days is not going to be extended no matter what? This is kind of the thing, even if we spray it so many times.
Yes, so let me just say, so depending on the fruits, for example, you have to increase the amount of coating, the concentration. So let's say tomato, we don't want to coat it too much, but for pineapple, which has a very hard exoskeleton, has a hard PU, you have to add more of the concentration of the coating. So it depends on the fruits that you want to coat. So we have tailored concentrations for tailored farmers and producers. Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Please, you may take your seat. Please, a big round of applause. I can tell our jury eats a lot of fruits and vegetables. They're particularly concerned with this presenter. Our next presenter is Emmanuel Ohiming Sr. He is from the Takrade Technical University, and he speaks on breaking the wall of educational inequality through smart, immersive tutoring. Please let's give him a big round of applause.
All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Hemi Senior, and I'm from Tutors. Today I'll be talking about breaking the wall of educational inequality through smart, immersive tutoring. Okay, so we realize that the curriculum being used in our school is centered on theoretical basis. It does not provide personalized learning in as much as a student who is in basic 6 who is struggling with reading or mathematical concepts are being left behind because of the need to catch up with a certain demand. And also, students with special needs, such as autistic learners, are also being left behind because of lack of access to teachers who can deliver or provide solution to their academic need. And far above all, the traditional way of teaching in our school, it is not preparing our learners towards the current industrialization that we are, in as much as teaching and learning are more theoretical without any form of practicality. Okay, and we've also realized that there's an emerging of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality. And other industries are being taken advantage of all these things. But when it comes to the education field, they intend to use this technology less or without even applying them. Here come Tutors. We are developing an AI-powered model that will be able to take information of students struggling in academic area field. We will match them up with professional qualified teachers that will be able to bridge the gap of their educational need. Far above all, we are also integrating an adaptive tools that will be able to provide assistance to learners with accessibility issues. That is, we are integrating speech to text, text to speech, and gesture to text. And far above all, we are also integrating virtual reality. Consider you teaching a student history, and instead of you just showing the student pictures, but you have a virtual tool that will be able to take the person back to the history of Sangrati War and other form of history that the person will be able to relate it far more than pictures. And so far we've partnered with schools, and we also give them STEM teachers that goes there to help them with STEM-related activities. We are seeking forward to be able to thrive through, to be able to expand more our impact aside Western region to move to Central region, Greater Accra, and other form of this country. We believe that when we are being given this opportunity, we will be able to impact life more. Thank you.
Emmanuel, thank you so much for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. Some of them are the obvious ones, like what if you don't have electricity? What if you don't have a smartphone, right? But then I think the fundamental thing is, how is this different from any YouTube channel that has topics which are being treated into detail by mostly Indians, right?
Okay, so our model comes in 2 ways. We offer online tutoring, and we also offer in-person. So our model is quite different from the YouTube-based tutoring.
Okay, just to follow up on that, thank you so much for your presentation. So it would be good to just understand the how, right? Because one of the problems that you actually did mention is there's not enough when it comes to people with special needs.
Yes, please.
Right, so for example, my sister has special needs. How would you help with that? How does your app and platform actually help somebody with special needs get the tutelage or the education that they need through you?
Okay, so this is how we intend to solve such problem. So a parent will sign up, and a parent will include the details of the learner, including the specific challenge. And based upon the AI model, the AI model will match the learner to a professional qualified teacher on the mobile application who also have the same ability to help the student. And also we'll go extra beyond by creating a lesson plan to help the teacher to be able to execute the work.
I do also have a question about cost and affordability and how you make money out of this and all that comes with this. Can you give me a response for that?
Okay. So I'll first of all take it out from how we make money. So at the moment, the business is in operation. So we take 20% commission out of every deal that we will sort it out from parents. And we also sell learning materials such as robotics kits, books. We have our own personalized exercise books that we use to track the learning progress of our students. Yeah. And in terms of affordability, we make it affordable in as much as you can opt in for just a day lesson. So we charge based upon the number of times we will engage your student. So if you can afford just a single day within a week, we will give you a teacher that will come out for that particular day. If you can afford throughout the whole week too, we also give you a teacher that will come to help your learner, both in person or online.
Is it affordable?
Yes, please. Very, very, very. I mean, at the moment, we have a wide range of parents, So at the moment, we've not yet, our website is in operation, but we are still developing the mobile app. So we negotiate. So based upon, and one thing is that we try to give you a teacher within your locality so that TNT wouldn't add up to the cost. So we just find a teacher within your locality to cut down the cost.
Okay.
For now, I can see English and math. Which other ones?
Okay, so this talk about the profile of a teacher that we've listed on the mobile application, the subject that the teacher can teach. Yes.
So how do you tend to include the local languages? Because at this point in our lives, we feel like the younger generation is lacking behind on culture and then the local languages. So how are you going to help solve that problem for parents? And how do you try to advise the student then to manage screen time? And for people in the rural areas who are not so tech savvy, how do they then use your app or the website?
Okay, so I'll take it from the student from the rural areas. So we are trying to also come up with a model that will be able to download educational content into an application. That is part of our future plan, so that students in the rural areas that they have even issues with network problem, instead of online tutoring, when they have access to our educational content, they can learn. And also to answer about how we can help with the a Ghanaian language. Yes, so our AI model, we are trying to train it in as much as even outside the normal tutoring session, it will be able to deliver 24-hour support to our students. So that, in case you need extra tutoring in Fanti or any other languages, the AI model will be able to assist.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our presenters, the pointer is on the table on my right. Please do take note. And my jury, you also have 2 minutes to ask your questions. The next presenter is Robert Tu from Tu Ceramic Works. He speaks on breaking the wall of glass waste. Please let's put our hands together for Robert Tu.
Okay, my name is Robert Tu, and I'm the founder of Tu Ceramic Works. We are the producer of Eco Ceramic Tiles. We are actually in the business of recycling and upcycling glass waste and other ceramic waste. So before I begin, I would like to ask a simple question. What do you think will happen to this glass after I dump it in the bin? Where does it end up? Ever wondered where actually they go to? Now, according to UNDP Ghana, In Ghana alone, about 380 tons of glass waste is generated on a daily basis. Now, just a small portion of it is being recycled. About 95% of it end up on landfills. Now, there is much focus on plastics, but then most people forget that actually glass waste behave just the same way as plastics. They do not decompose. A glass bottle can be in the soil for hundreds of years, thereby polluting the environment, also causing land degradation. Now, that aside, with Ghana being one of the fastest developing African countries, urbanization is on the rise, and therefore there's a demand for building materials, and one of which is ceramic tiles. Now, we depend much on imported tiles, which are very, very expensive. And the ones that are being produced in the country too, they rely on virgin raw materials, which in the course of mining them, they end up polluting the environment. And by producing the tiles, they also emit a lot of CO2 gas, which accelerates climate change. Now, how do we solve all this problem? This is where we come in. Eco-ceramic tiles is a tile that has been produced from glass waste and other ceramic waste. One may ask, how do we actually produce our tiles? Now, we start by sourcing of the glass waste, where we go to the landfills, we collect them, some from landfills, we go to the bars, and we collect them, we crush and we mill them. And that goes through milling, we mix it with clay, we press them, they undergo thermal treatment, and you have your ceramic tiles. We produce penny tiles and wall tiles at the moment. Now, and by so doing, we actually diverting waste from landfills into something useful. And also, we are cutting down on the importation of ceramic tiles. And then finally, we are diverting waste from landfills into something very useful. And we are solving SDG goal 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13. And in order to achieve our goal, we are partnering with Care University, Kumasi Compost and Waste Recycling Plants, CSR BRI, and UNDP Ghana. As you can see, this was a presentation where we exhibited our product at UNDP Ghana. Then here are some of our products. Thank you.
Yes, so that's a good one. So tell me about the standards of the product you're producing.
Okay, so
do you have standards authority certification, or how is it compared to these products anywhere in the world?
Okay, so we are currently in the market testing phase. We are testing the market at the same time we are recycling. We are actually communicating with the GSA to actually do the testing, but we are in the process of actually testing. I think right now we are actually procuring our machines. We don't have all our machines, so as you can see, one of our products there, shapes is not in good shape, but then we are in the process of procuring a press to actually get in good shape. And once we are done, then we will go to the GSA for certification.
Any other question?
Thank you for this solution. That's what I'm calling it, because it's a recycling thing. The thermal treatment, it might be proprietary information, but I want to know, in that process, are you releasing anything that is toxic to the environment?
Okay, it goes through the normal tile production, in which we actually fire to close to 900 and 1,000 degrees Celsius. So there's definitely be animation, but then it goes up. But then as compared to normal tile production, this is more safer.
How is it safer?
Okay,
have you done tests to prove that it's safer? Because one of your bullet points says that you are reducing carbon dioxide emissions.
Yes.
However, the thermal treatment generates that.
Yes, so
in addition to whatever has been put in the glass, if it's a dye, if it's whatever, when heated up could be something toxic. Have you thought about all of that?
Yes, so at the moment, I have to use the transparent glass bottles. But then we're actually researching into using the colored ones too. And now, the reason I'm saying that is there's less emission as compared to the normal tile production is with the glass, when you are firing it, the temperature it requires for the glass to melt is lower than the normal tile production, what it goes through.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you too.
Okay, thank you very much. Ajuri, there are so many microphones on your tables, and you just need to turn them on and you should be fine. So please, our technical team will help you do that. Meanwhile, we have Mr. Samuel Selassie from Full Stock. He speaks on breaking the wall of unclean water in rural areas. Please put your hands together for Samuel Selassie.
All right. So my name is Samuel Selassie from Full Stock Ghana. Yeah, and I'm going to be talking on breaking the wall of unclean water in rural areas. Now, over the years, Full Stock is an agriculture company, and what we do is that we do agric, and going to rural areas, because that's where we mostly source our lands from, we realized one thing, which was unclean water. Most of the water in some of these communities were very unsafe. And now in rising matters like the Galamsey, we have been able to come up with, so we noticed one thing, that there was a wide spread of water pollution in over 60% of our water bodies here in Ghana. Not only that, it also increases a lot of health crises, kidney cases, liver cases, neurological disorders, and then a lot of developmental issues in children. So some of them grow up, and then some of them are even born, and then their fingers are not full, And we noticed that, okay, we cannot solve these things as maybe the hands are short, but we can solve it from before they are born. So, yeah, and also there's a decline in water supply in Ghana. Now, if this is not treated, especially with the Galamsey, in a few years, Ghana will have to import water, sadly. Now, the solutions. So initially, in our way of helping, we started with an innovative purification system, which you can see on the far left. Now, this particular system was effective, but it was very complex. So we reached out to one of our team guys in China, and then we came up with this particular water purification system. Now, this does not require electricity now. All it requires is a pump that has electricity, but then in the future, we are looking at having pumps that can use batteries, so that even a grandmother in a village can also have access to use it. And it's very easy to use. All you have to do is pour the water in there, connect the tube from, let's say, a barrel into, maybe if, let's say, from the river, from the Galamsey River itself, into maybe a barrel at home. You can do that. All you do is you connect these tubes, and then you turn on the pump. That pump pushes in the pressure through this particular filter. Now, this filter has been built such that once the water comes out of it, it comes out clean. Now, as at now, we have not been able to make this water safe for drinking, but it's now safe for irrigation. It's safe for agriculture basis. So in the next future, we are looking at making it safe for drinking. Now, in our next 5 years, or next 3 to 5 years, we are looking at implementing this. Thank you very much. We are looking at implementing this, and this is already operational. This is a site from Côte d'Ivoire, and it's actually operational. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
First one, obviously, is what's the filtration system in terms of what can it purify out?
Okay.
Heavy metals,
Yeah.
particulate matter, microbes, and then 2, what's the capacity
Okay.
at a given point in time?
Okay. Thank you. Now, so far, it can clear out almost everything except mercury. But then we are looking at having a purification system that can actually clear out mercury. Because once we're able to do that, it means the water will now be safe for drinking. But as at now, we have not gotten that right yet. And we are still on it, actually. We are still on it. There's currently a water conference going on in China that some of our team members are there as we speak. And they are looking at how best we can make this thing happen. Now, when it comes to the capacity of this, we are looking at somewhere it can, we can between 5 to 10 liters of water can actually be stored up in this. There are different sizes of it. Now, not only that, because it passes through it, whatever capacity at all that you want to have, you can actually do it. Let's say if you have, let's say, this particular barrel right here. So because it is pumping water in there, the tube there, this filter there, the water is just going through it. So the water is not stored inside. So it just goes through it, enters there, and once it gets there, it's clean water.
How often do you have to change the filter?
6 months.
And how much is
Yeah.
it?
So currently we are looking at production costs between $250 to $350. Yeah, for now. Now, yes, because we realize that water filters are actually very expensive. Very, very expensive. Somewhere between $3,000 to $4,000. If you are looking at something that you can use for, let's say, a whole community, a setup like this, like the one over here, is something we are looking at pitching to the government, because already it's functional in Cote d'Ivoire. Now, with this particular thing, just one of it can even supply water for a whole community.
Okay, so the Ghana Water Company, they've got several of these systems,
Yeah.
And so on. How different is yours from them? And what's really the innovation?
Okay, so we've noticed that Ghana Water Company has not gotten everywhere yet, but this particular setup is very mobile. We can go and set up anywhere at all. And all we need is send water there, and then the water purifies it.
Okay, no.
Yes, I wanted to find out, how did you come by the 6 month for replacement of filters? Is it not dependent on the volume that you purify?
Yes, that's a very good one. So 6 months, because the water we are even using, the water we used in doing the tests, is actually the Galamsey water. So we tried it out, and then it was able to give us the same result, consistent result for the whole 6 months. So it's been tested.
No, one last question.
Yeah, just a quick one. You mentioned mercury still hasn't been solved for, so how is it still useful for agric, purposes?
All right, so with the mercury now, there are levels of it. Now, the particular level that we've tested, the mercury level that we've tested, is actually safe for agric. It's just not safe for consumption. Yeah. But we are almost done with clearing out all the mercury. We are almost done.
Thank you, Selassie.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Just to inform our viewers online, you can also be part of this wonderful event. It's streaming live on YouTube on DAAD Ghana channel. All our presenters, I advise you again, please keep sharing the link to all your people, because there's going to be the chance for the audience award on our Slido board. So please scan the QR code on the program and you go there, or you can go to www.daadghana.org/falling walls to be part of this event. So if you're watching us online, please go there and vote for your favorite presenter. You also have a say. On that note, we'll take hopefully our last presentation before the break, and then the next batch of presenters will come. Online with us, we have Andy Donsa Yaboa from Yab Foods. He speaks on breaking the wall of agricultural waste and plastic. Let me say that he wanted to be here, but is unable to do so. So if we are ready, we can have him online. You can see him on the screen. I hope you can see him at home as well. And your 3 minutes starts now, Andy. Go.
Hello, please, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please carry on.
Okay. At the same time, 4.3 million tons of cassava peels are discarded. Organic waste with untapped potential left to rot, releasing methane and adding to our climate woes. But what if the solution to plastic pollution has been sitting up in our farms. At Yafus, we have uncovered this solution. We have developed an innovative and zero waste technology just transform cassava peels into biodegradable products, which is not only durable and compatible, but also affordable and safe to our planet. This isn't just about replacing the plastics. It is about replacing a broken system, a circular economy that adds value to waste. We are not just theory company. We are in motion. We have created 25 jobs which are currently working on the project, and we have created a model system that is currently in a piloting with a lot of partner companies. Our impact speaks directly to the SDGs, reducing plastic waste, which prevent contamination of water bodies and protect our ecosystem. But our biodegradable alternative reduces greenhouse gas emission. We are not just tackling pollution. We are building a future where waste is no longer waste. Thank you. I'm Andy, CEO of Yahoo.
Thank you very much, Andy. Please be on standby for questions from the jury.
Yeah, who is going first? Professor.
Yeah, well, if no one is asking, as usual, you didn't tell us about how you are doing this. You just mentioned cassava, but what about cassava peel?
Okay, thank you for the question. So, cassava peels contain about 30% of starch, which serves as a polymer, a base polymer. So, we combine with gasoline and vinegar and other chemicals to form this biodegradable plastics, please.
Thanks, Andy. Just a quick question. You mentioned you're creating about 25 jobs. Could you tell us a bit more about what the production has been so far, and then what the impact has been in terms of the business itself?
Okay, thank you. So, Yafus, we started with cassava processing into high-quality cassava flour back in 2 years ago. And through that, we realized that we produce 1 ton of cassava every day. And we realized that over 500 kg of this cassava peas have been discarded. So we did our research and realized that we could turn into a biodegradable that can also solve a bigger challenge in our environmental problem and also create additional jobs. So currently we have created 5 jobs on the biodegradable production. So we have people that are working on the biodegradable plastic for us. So currently we partner with organizations such as horticulture companies that we are doing mulching and nursery bag for them. And currently we had purchasing order from Forestry Commission that we are supposed to do 500 bags of biodegradable nursery bags for them, please.
First of all, our jury, did you hear his presentation properly?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone heard it as well? Okay. I think he was a bit more confident because no one was there staring at him.
I wanted to see a sample of what you have done. Do you have can you lift it up,
okay,
or a bottle,
yes,
or any of the plastics?
Yes, so this is a sample of our biodegradable plastic. This was done in just yesterday when we added our additives to it. It within 30 to 180 days, it decomposed into the sun, into the environment, and it formed carbon dioxide and that of water, and it has no toxic substance in that. So currently we are working on modifying it for food industries. We are adding a brand stuff that can modify it to make it more look attractive for food industries.
Okay, are we good? Do we have any further question? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Andy, number 13.
Okay, and can we give Andy a round of applause? We will quickly go to our next presenter, also online. Since we have stable internet, we won't risk delaying any further. She's Anita Insiadonko from the University of Development Studies, and she is speaking on breaking the wall of infected wounds. So if our technical team is set up for us, we'll quickly go over to Anita Insiadonko from the University of Development Studies as she speaks on breaking the wall of infected wounds. Can we have her on cue? This is a good time to take out your phone and share the link so that our audience can also cast their vote and give us their best presenter for today. If Anita is ready, we are ready for Anita as well. Anita, if you can hear us, please give us a hello. Can we hear you say hello? Anita Insiadonko, if you can hear us, say hello. Is Anita with us? If not, we would pause in the next minute and we would come back after our networking break and we will take Anita's presentation. Our technical team, do we proceed without her for now and then get back to her once we are back from our network break? I think we will do that. We will do that. Okay, so please put your hands together for yourselves. You have been an awesome participants. For our first part of presenters, kudos to you. You have done exceptionally well. We'll take a 30-minute break and 20. In fact, technically, we should make it 15 because if we say 20, they'll take 30. So we want you to go downstairs. We have some coffee. Have yourself a shot of coffee. I think we are all getting a bit slow. Charge up, and then we come here in 20 minutes, and then we continue with our presentations. At the same time, give a big round of applause to our jury. They have been exceptionally good today. Doing online marking and checking presentations is not easy. So thank you. Please stand to your feet. Let's all go out. Let's stretch. Network with someone. Get to know someone. Take a contact card. You might never know. Your breakthrough might be sitting next to you, as we say.
Hello. Test. Hello. 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 Test. Hello.
great. That makes sense. Yes.
So you switch it. Yeah. All right. Sure. Okay. Sure.
One, two. Okay, can we settle down as we proceed with our program? We want to be sure Anita in Siadonko hears us at the other end because she is joining us online. So can the technical team provide me some feedback? Can she hear me clearly? So we can also be sure we can also hear her. Can she hear me? Then we are certain when the questions are being asked, she can respond adequately. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we would hold on with our online presentation and proceed with our in-person presenters who are here. So, but was the break a good one? Did you network? Oh, did you meet someone new today? Who met a new person? Please raise your hand. Okay, the jury is not part of this. Please come. You know, I remember I attended an event some years ago and I was called like this and they asked me the person's birthday and their favorite color. So I'll put you on the spot. Who did you meet today?
All right, so I actually met Mr. Nee. He's a past participant of Falling Walls Lab.
Okay, he's an alumnus, okay. And what's his favorite color?
All right, so we were actually talking about business, so I didn't...
How many children does he have?
He's single and searching.
He's single and searching. That's what he told you. Where is Nee? Where's Nee? Okay, I mean, clearly he's still searching. He's single and searching indeed. Please put your hands together for Emmanuel. The whole intent is we need to meet people, network, enhance our network, we might never know who will be seated next to us. They might be our breakthrough we've been waiting for. Okay, on that note, welcome back to our presentations. Our jury is set and ready. You know, I'm afraid because some of the jury members didn't go for their snack, and a hungry man is an angry man. The chair has been just waiting for you to be seated. So if you delayed, you are in trouble. But before we go to our online presenter, who will be perhaps the last for today, we have Mr. Hussein Abukari from the University of Development Studies, and he speaks on breaking the wall of misdiagnosis in animal disease. Please put your hands together for Hussein Abukari.
Last year in northern Ghana, I met a farmer named Mbalasan. He lost 5 of his cattle in just 1 week. The vet said it was FMD, that's foot and mouth disease, but only after trying 5 different drugs did they realize that it was actually PPR. By then, it was too late. So, Mbalasan's problem was because the vets weren't able to diagnose the diseases accurately due to the lack of the right equipment. Why is this happening? In many areas, vets are diagnosing in the dark. They rely on their experience to make diagnoses, which mostly leads to misdiagnosis, which translates to wrongful use of medications and sometimes antibiotic resistance. So, what do we do now? At DAAD Technologies, we are trying to break this wall. We've developed a locally made, affordable, rapid diagnostic test kit that can diagnose multiple diseases in less than 10 minutes. With our kits, vets no longer have to guess. They can diagnose right and fast, which will translate to timely treatment, reduce cost to farmers, and reduce misuse of antibiotics. This is driving a bigger challenge, that is antibiotic resistance. Life-saving drugs are being rendered useless due to this antibiotic resistance. So, at DAAD Technologies, our aim is to protect farmers like Mbalasan and farmers all across Africa. So, with this in mind, what we are trying to do, bringing this kit on board, our aim is to make sure that, just like doctors, we should try and value the animal life too, because that is what we eat. Doctors, as a medical student, I realize that we need this equipment to be able to work. No matter how good a doctor is, you need your ventilator to revive your patient. So these vets need to be equipped with the necessary tools to be able to diagnose animals rightly and give the proper treatment. So in a few months, we've been able to run successful field trials and secure partnerships with CowTribe, which is Ghana's foremost animal health platform, and Incas Diagnostics for local manufacturing. So our aim going forward is to become the first name in West Africa and hopefully West Africa and Africa as a whole when it comes to animal health equipment for solving these problems. So as I said, our aim is to protect farmers like Mbalasan, farmers across Africa, and also protect families, livelihoods, and the future of medicine, that's veterinary medicine, in Africa. Thank you.
Hussein, thank you for your presentation. You dropped an abbreviation on us, PPR. What's that?
PPR stands for Pestis des Petits Ruminants. That's a French word. Yeah. It's a disease. It's a viral disease that attacks ruminants, small and large, especially the large ones, the cattle. Symptoms are like they start to drool, have their fair bit falling off, and yeah, they're like.
Okay. Yeah. That's question one. Question two. How many diseases can your RDT detect?
So right now we've started with 3. That's foot and mouth disease, the PPR, and brucellosis. Reason being that they're all viral. So being viral is able to, we're using the lateral follower C and one window. We're able to incorporate these test lines into it and with one control so that we can diagnose the diseases. Yeah.
So it's antigen-based?
It's antigen-based.
What's the specificity and sensitivity compared to like gold standards like polymerase chain reaction?
So right now, as it stands, please your question, do you mean, because the competitors on the markets, there's none right now. They use lab tests. So as the specificity that we go through is to make sure that it's actually more than 95% after you run it through the batch control. And we're able to get consistently more above 95%. And we are working it in Casas, as I said, and they're actually the only company in Ghana here that's able to make these test kits. Yeah.
Just clarify, who are you selling to with this, or who do you want to sell to? Who do you want to sell to these test kits?
Okay, so our primary target customers are vets, but also we've made it visually intuitive such that work farmers or farmers that are a bit literate will be able to use it with color coding with the diseases.
Okay. And then how much is one?
So right now, one goes for 18 Ghana cedis, as compared to the, as I said, we don't have competitors that sell the exact same kits, but the kits that are available for animals, one can go from ranging from 50 to 200 cedis based on where you want to buy it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you too.
Thank you very much, Hussein. Our next presenter, please get ready. And he's the person of Abdul Rahim Ziblim. Abdul Rahim Ziblim is from Halls Innovation Limited Company, and he speaks on breaking the wall of plastic and agricultural waste. Please put your hands together for Abdul Rahim. Oh, be generous with your applause.
It is time for us to turn our problems into opportunities. Good morning. Annually, Ghana generates over 1 million tons of plastic waste, with only 5% being recycled, and about 39 million tons of agricultural waste. These wastes usually end in our communities, water bodies, and landfills, causing significant environmental pollution, climate issues, and posing threat to human and aquatic life. This is not peculiar to Ghana alone, but to the over 200 countries existing on this planet. Multifaceted problems like these deserve innovative solutions. We are harnessing these exorbitant quantities of plastic waste with Rice House to produce an eco-friendly plywood as an alternative to the traditional plywood that is manufactured by causing massive deforestation. Our plywood is produced by sourcing raw materials, drying, milling, blending, and molding. After this, it is ready for use. The production process is simple and therefore support large-scale production and hence more waste consumption. The problem with plywood that is already in the market is bending, twisting, separation of layers, and difficulty of storage, all as a result of water absorption. With Halls Innovation, the plastic component makes our plywood water resistant, addressing all these problems, and also less expensive, representing exactly what the customers need and setting us apart from our competitors. Plywood is a highly demanded product in the world and then by multiple industries, with a market size of $83 million in Ghana and $50 billion globally. And the plywood market is projected to reach $74 billion by 2033, with a compound annual growth rate of 4.5%, confirming the market potential for this business. We have already tested this product with CSR Soil Forest Research Institute and also carpenters at the Tamale Timber Market with exceptional results. We have also secured partnership with 350 smallholder farmers, and then also secured $20,000 from Cosmos Innovation Centre to support this innovation. This business has social, economic, and ecological impacts. Buying rice straws from farmers will increase their income by 15% and help them expand their farms. We project to create 600 direct jobs and 1,000 indirect jobs in the next 5 years. Our eco-friendly production method will effectively utilize 250 metric tons of plastic waste and then 70 metric tons of agricultural waste, such as rice hulls, protecting farmlands and then also aquatic ecosystems, reducing deforestation and carbon footprint while promoting circular economy, and then the government recent initiatives of recycling. Innovation, passion, and persistence runs in my veins. Joins hands with me for us to break the wall of plastic and agricultural waste to solve the world's long-standing problems today. Thank you.
You know, I'm lost a little. Sorry, what exactly are you doing and how are you doing it?
Okay. So we are using plastic waste and then agricultural waste like rice husks to produce plywood.
How?
Which is an eco-friendly plywood. So this is the explanation here. We source the raw material, that is rice husks and then plastic.
No, how do you get it done? I understand everything else. I'm saying, how do you get it done?
How do you make the plywood?
How do we make it? Yeah, so when we get the raw materials, it goes through melting and then also mixing. So after the mixing, we mold it into the shapes that we want. This is a sample.
So what is the machine? Which machine do you use?
So for now, we are the $20,000 we acquired. We are using it to make a machine, but now we do all this manually. So this is made manually. So you can see that it is not really perfect. There may be some small problems you may find with it, but this is a working prototype.
How do you get this done, manual? How?
So as I said, we go through some melting process, some mixing process, and then we mold it. We have a heat press. So we have a hot press machine. After the melting and then the mixing, we have a hot press machine that we use to press it to get these shapes.
Okay, thank you.
Please, is my explanation clear?
Yeah, fine. Maximum.
Yeah, so I think we should relax. You have a brilliant product. If you explain it in a simple, straightforward language, you are running, talking very fast.
Thank you.
I see this as a board, not a plywood.
Okay.
You know, the definition for a plywood is layered wood.
Yes.
This is not layered wood. So I think you should redefine your product.
So I would like to speak about this. So initially when I explained this to someone, the right term to use is WPC, wood plastic composite. But many people, when I mention WPC, it's very difficult for them to understand. But this is an alternative to plywood. And once I mention plywood, any layman would understand it. So that it is for the purpose of understanding that I used this language. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just wondering about how about, especially in this kind of terrain where there's heat and so expansion and contraction, like does that have any effect at all on the product?
No. So we did a test, and then about the properties at CSR Soil Research Institute. And then for me, I'm not really a much technical person, but we have one of our board members at the Tamale Technical University who is a wood doctor. So he evaluated wood doctor. He evaluated the results, and then everything about this product is better compared to the one in the market. Yes.
So who will be your main target audience if you wanted to sell? Okay,
so our target market are carpenters and then also constructors. Because when we're doing our market research, we realized that after people using it to make small cabinets and then the furniture works, other people also recommended that it could be used for construction purposes because it is water resistant. And then this is not the only size we make. It's just one of the samples because it comes in, this is 3/4, we have 1/8, and then we have 1/2 inch. Like the 1/8 is the ones we use for ceilings and stuff. Yes, please.
Okay, so I want to find out what type of plastic you can use. Can you use any type, like pure water rubber, I don't know.
Yes, we can use pure water rubber. We've used that before, but this specific one, we made it from HDPE. That is the high density plastic. Yes, please. But we've used pure water rubber and then the black polythenes as well to make it.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Adu, the sample looks like a big slab of chocolate, if you ask me.
Yeah, it comes in different colors.
It's okay. You are done. It's okay. Please take the microphone from him. This man. All right. Is Anita Insiadonko ready for us? If she can hear us, we want her presentation now. She's joining us online, and she's from the University of Development Studies as well, and she's breaking the wall of infected wounds. So Anita, if you can hear me, please say hello. Unmute yourself and say hello so that we are sure you can hear me clearly. You are still on mute, Anita. Please say hello. Unmute and say hello. I need to say hello. So your 3 minutes starts when I stop talking. The jury is ready for you. You have exactly 3 minutes, after which we will turn your sound off. So please time yourself and take your time and deliver so we can understand you. Mr. Jury, Chair, are you ready? Okay. Anita, the audience is yours.
Sure.
Anita has gone offline again. I was told before the break that if you for the Omuhajim, because the internet works just fine, then when she's supposed to deliver, then it goes off. Do we have our next presenter ready? Is she back? Yeah, for those who don't know what AFIA4 is, it's called African Technology or African Electronics. It's highly effective and it works across all borders and crosses all the international lines and breaks all kinds of walls as well. Anita, will be getting ready for Anita. Our next batch of presenters, please step forward. Next, Anita, are you ready? Say hello. Let me hear you again.
Hello.
Okay. Do I say a prayer with you before we begin, or you are ready for us now? Okay. I mean, at this point, I want 7 strong prayer warriors to join me here. Anita, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, if you turn your video off, let's see if we can hear you clearly. Turn off your video. Let's see if your internet bandwidth is the challenge.
Okay.
Are you okay? And she's
Yes,
off.
please, I'm okay.
Okay, so you can hear me clearly.
Yes, please, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, may God help you this time around. You have 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Okay. Do you know that your health can be your worth? At Hill Fiber, we say, when nature gives us pineapple, we turn it to healing goals. We are transforming nature's waste into a solution for a better life and a better planet. Assuming you were a nurse at a rural community in Ghana, a boy who is severely injured is brought into your facility, but unfortunately, you are out of clinical goals. You will be then forced to improvise, knowing very well the effect of improper wound dressing. This is the story of Kojo, a 5-year-old boy who has dreams of becoming a footballer. But unfortunately, Kojo's dream was cut short due to an infected wound which led to his legs being amputated. This story plays in different health facilities in Ghana and beyond. Dr. Charles Awinate is a dedicated private healthcare owner who wants to provide quality healthcare to his patients. But then he raises concern about the insufficient availability of clinical gauze in the market, which in turn increase the risk of infection. According to the National Library of Medicine, nearly 36% of health facilities in Ghana face this challenge of procuring materials for wound dressing. This is very heartbreaking because according to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Ghana is ranked 11th when it comes to the production of pineapple. But the leaves of this pineapple are either burnt or left to decompose, releasing methane gas into the atmosphere, which in turn depletes the ozone layer. That's why Hale Fiber is here with a groundbreaking solution, thereby converting these pineapple leaves fibers into a biodegradable eco-friendly healing gauze, which will reduce the challenges and healthcare professionals like Dr. Charles
Anita, can you hear us?
Are we not?
Anita, can you hear us?
Plus, we intend to create impact by reducing methane gas emission by 10%, increase the income of farmers by 15% through our purchasing of the pineapple leaves. Hill Fiber is not just a gauze producing company. Our gauze has antimicrobial properties, which helps in wound healing as compared to the normal synthetic gauze. At Hill Fiber, we say, when nature gives us pineapple, we produce healing gauze out of it. We are healing with a natural touch of nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the questions from the... But did you catch everything she said?
Yeah.
Almost. But at least you can make sense out of the slides. Okay.
She should try and come on the video again.
Okay, Anita, can you try and come on video again so you can answer the questions? So turn on your video. But if you can you still hear us clearly? Indeed. Anita, can you hear me clearly?
This is the pineapple leaf fibers. Yes, please, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, if you can hear us clearly, then please answer the questions from the jury.
Okay, Anita, thank you for your presentation and your perseverance with the technology. So you have a working prototype. What is it that you need to be able to scale this up to really provide medical supplies for all of Ghana?
Okay, so we need a decortication machine, which will help us decorticate the pineapple leaf fibers. And also machines to refine the fibers into yarns and finally into a very nice gauze, unlike this.
Anita, thank you for your presentation. It's a brilliant idea. I want to find out about the antimicrobial properties that you said. Are you supplementing the gauze with some chemical or compound, or the pineapple fibers themselves have a compound which is conferring antimicrobial properties to it?
Okay, thank you for your question. Pineapple leaves are known to have an antimicrobial property known as bromelain, which helps in wound healing.
Okay, so Anita, have you spoken to the standard authority already? Who is regulating what you are doing?
Okay, so we've not started production, but we are yet to get some credentials from the standard authority.
Great. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and at least we thank God that you're able to make it finally.
Indeed, indeed. Please put your hands together for Anita. And thank you to our jury for being very patient on that one. Are we ready with our next set of presenters? Next, we have Mary Afoba, and she's from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. She speaks on breaking the wall of labor-intensive cashew harvesting. Please put your hands together for Mary.
Good morning, juries. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Esufi Afoba. Mary. In a country where poverty and waste dominate, cashew farmers struggle with manual separation, leading to over 200,000 tons of spoiled produce every year. Agri-East wants to change this narrative by constructing automated cashew nut separation machine for cashew farmers. Cashew farmers face challenges such as labor-intensive, costly and tedious process of cashew nut separation. This leads to inefficiency, reduces farmers' income, exposes them to physical strain, and leads to child labor. As many children miss school during this peak harvest season. But every dark cloud has a silver lining. Agri-Ease is the hope. We have constructed automated cashew nut separation machine, which reduces labor costs, increases efficiency, improves safety, keeps children in school, advancing agriculture and education. Our technology is a combination of solar energy, which gives energy to the machine, Internet of Things, which control the mechanical hardware, and artificial intelligence to help with the artificial intelligence to help with the quality control of the quality detection and sorting. We've registered 5,521 cashew farmers and operated on 260 of them. We've also organized training for 34 manual laborers, turning them into mechanical machine operators to save them from losing their jobs. Will you allow cashew farmers to face these challenges? Will you allow them to worry about their swelling due to the high labor costs? Will you allow them to worry about their swelling due to the manual labor costs? As we stand on the cusp of transformation, we have the opportunity to turn our dreams into reality. Thank you.
Please proceed, our jury.
So, unfortunately, we weren't seeing your slides during the presentation, but that's
sorry for that.
No problem. Can
Really
you
sorry.
Can you show us what it looks like?
You still have 30 seconds, so please go on if you have to explain.
Can you explain the machination or the yeah?
Okay, this is our first prototype. So when you put the cashew fruits in the hopper, it transports it into the separation chamber where the nut comes out from its outlet and the cashew waste also comes out from its outlet.
And so where do you have the solar and where do you have the where do you have all of those components?
So that one is our second machine that we are fabricating, based on the feedbacks. Okay. Yes.
And I'm particularly interested in the AI bit. You said it helps with what did you say? Quality and something else.
Quality detecting and sorting.
Yeah, can you explain that?
So, with the help of the artificial intelligence, when we insert artificial hand into the machine, it will help detect the quality of the nuts and well separated from the fruits. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So you've basically served 5,500 farmers.
Yeah, and operated on 260 of them.
Okay, can you tell me what goes into this 5,500 farmers? What exactly do you do with them or do for them?
So the 5,521 farmers is the farmers that we've registered. That's our demand. So we've currently served 260 of them. So we need more machines to meet that demand. Thank you.
So at the moment you've got one machine, and
yes,
then do you carry it around to all these farmers?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's transported with a dedicated machine to every farm.
Okay.
Yeah,
and what's the cycle like when you're working with like one farm? Do you stay with them for, how many days, and how does it work?
So it depends on the acres or the bag of the cashew. So within 15 minutes, our machine will be able to separate 100 kg of the cashew nut, which would have taken the whole day with 4 or 5 laborers to separate that kg.
And what's your capacity with one machine? At what point will it break down?
So far, we are still looking into that. Yes, please. And I'm really sorry for not sliding there.
No, you are. Okay, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Please, a big round of applause for Mary. Yes, our next presenter is Parker Datsun, and he's from Trofair. He's speaking on breaking the wall of informal public transport. Please put your hands together for Papa Call Datsun.
All right. So unlike Germany, with a working public transportation system, the road service of every Ghanaian is our dealing with the trotro drivers. So now, as a Ghanaian, we wake up basically judged by instincts as to when a trotro might appear. From there, we hop into something like look like a vehicle, which is mostly cargo. After then, we tend to pay with cash. Now, although Ghana is pioneering digital financial inclusion, we are still not able to pay with any mode of transportation. Now, this mode of transportation also caused a lot of traffic and emission, which the IEA was able to say that trotro alone contributes to 9.036 million tons of emission. Now, what do you decide to do? So we are deciding to build an infrastructure on top of the public transportation system. So this is what we came up with, a software that's going to run and integrate to the public transportation system, that's going to connect every aspect to make sure that you can electrify, automate, and interconnect. Now, our solution, first, to build the infrastructure, make sure that there is robustness and efficiency in this mode of transportation. And also, we want to make sure that everyone have equal access to right information, have equal access to right fares, so that there will be a little of irregularities in this mode of transportation. Then lastly, we want to make sure that there is decent work and economic growth. As I said earlier, we spend a lot of productive time either in traffic caused by trotro drivers or waiting for trotro to show up. Currently, we have 182 users who have downloaded our system and using to find trotro or public transport information. We have an active of 48 daily users, but as today I checked, it was around 51. And you can scan to check your trotro fare, among other features we'll be introducing. And lastly, you can also scan to watch our demo video. Thank you.
Well, you still have a lot more time, but look, walk me through again what exactly is it that you're providing. So it's an app like Uber for trotros. What are you doing?
Yes, so what we are doing is we are building a technology on top of trotro. Don't see it's like Uber, other than that you go to ride hailing. But then what you are trying to do is you are building an app. So we have an app, we have a website, and we are going to use USSD for those who don't have mobile phones. So with this infrastructure, you can be able to connect an app to it where people can log on, they check their trotro fares, they get other ride information, other trotro, estimate their time. When I was coming here this morning, I just logged on to the app to check how much the fare is going to be to get to this destination. Now, based on the data we currently have, our AI is able to estimate how much the fare is going to be for areas you don't have data on. Then that's what our app. Also, we have a CRM system which is going to rely on the authorities. So something like JPRTU will be able to manage all this system through our CRM system, right? So as you can see here, we first have the CRM system for the authorities. We have the Trofair mobile application is going to be used by our end users, anyone who wants to use this mode of transportation. And we also have the Trotro Tauta app, which is going to be used by the drivers and the mates, creating a new technology. So now they are no longer going to be shouting, but then they are going to manage their customers through a digital mean.
It's a fight between that period. But regularly, we all know the fare from one point to the other. So I'm really struggling to see your intervention in terms of how crucial is it for innovation.
All right, so what we are trying to do here, you know that the chaos with the price happen when there are adjustments. Yes. But you also want to make sure that you are improving commuting efficiency, productivity, and safety, right? So these are the three things you are looking to do. So you want to make sure that even as a normal commuter, when you are using Trotro, you still be able to have that much information as let's say, should I be going to work tomorrow? There's a trotro coming, which is going to take 5 minutes to get to my junction. That I can get there and pick that particular ride to my destination. And it's going to cost me this particular amount of time. I can estimate how long it will take me to get to my destination and all the other things to make.
So you are saying that you're able to time the trotro. So you know in 5 minutes,
yes,
the trotro from Osu, Are to Circle will be there at the
yes,
bus stop.
Exactly. So what we first
Interesting.
What we need to see is the trotro drivers, as I mentioned earlier, or the drivers you are going to sign on board, who are going to serve as the trotro driver because they are going to operate within the same means. They also are going to use either the GPS system in their vehicles or they are going to use the Tauta app. Now, this mobile device have a GPS. If you decide to go the hardware route, you're also going to have a GPS. That's going to help us estimate the time between the vehicle and the bus stop the individual is going to pick the ride from. Then you compare that data together with Google's traffic data to estimate how long you are going to get to your destination. Now, we also want, you see, Ghana, we work with a fixed route system. We also want to introduce the on-demand route system. Now, the fixed route system is what causes the traffic because everyone is using Medina to Circle. Now, there are alternate routes you are looking to introduce so that we are going to have on-demand routing system and our vehicles will be using the alternate route where you create a lot of virtual bus stops for people to now wait for cars at this junction, reduce the traffic, and also help easy flow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, wait.
It's a nice idea, right? I scanned this and it took me to a Google App
Yes,
Store.
we are currently
but I
only
use
on
an
Play
iPhone.
Store.
Right. You said it's an API. You have an API and you have a CRM connected to, you have all those features. So are you going to first install GPS devices on the trotros? How functional are they going to be so that they'll be at least pinging your system with real-time data and information so that your calculation or algorithm you are using, it doesn't become erroneous. And then you said the cost is 5 cedis. Meanwhile, the driver says it's 11 cedis.
So thank you very much for the question.
I don't know the problem actually that you are trying to solve here, right? I can't see the problem you are trying to solve, but I'm seeing a software, not a product.
Okay. So for the first, we only estimate fares for areas we don't cover. But as I said, the CRM system is supposed to be managed by the respective partners we have to control the fares. So JPRTU, as an organization, is going to have the CRM system to publish the fares they actually accept or the fares you are supposed to pay. So we are not, giving the fares out, but then the partners will be the one to set the fares. We only estimate for uncovered areas.
How do you do that calculation?
Yes, so what we do is we have an AI model which picks the data of, let's say, JPRTU has uploaded a particular data set for fares. So now the AI model is supposed to pick that data, have a linear regression between them to see how much it's going to cost for this particular destination based on the previous data we have. So it's that algorithm that we use to estimate the fares for uncovered areas.
Do we have time for one more question?
Yes, you can. There's one more.
So 182 users, what are they doing at the moment? Like, can you give us an understanding of these users and what they do on the platform at the moment?
All right, so currently we are not, I can't give you the specific analytics as to what everyone is clicking on, but in the features we currently have available is to be able to enable our users be able to know the fares available, to be able to see the location of a particular trotro and how long it's going to take to get to their destination. And also we have reservation where people can reserve seats in this mode of transportation. And we also have a rush hour service. So the rush hour service is when during the evening, when lots of people want vehicle and there are no buses available, we partner with private buses so that people can make those, especially workers, they can make those reservations, then they get on board and they go to reduce the fights and the hassle that's happening around trotro, because nobody cares when you want to get into a trotro, we push you away.
Thank you. So you see, the more advanced societies like the US and London and so on, you see that the bus have apps that you are able to see all of this. So it's almost similar to what you're doing, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost similar, but just that ours, you have to make sure that it's kind of integrating to the culture of Ghanaians, you know? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right, you're welcome.
I saw Prof smiling the whole time. Prof, you don't pick trotro anymore. But the real issue is, what happens if killer into ya?
Please, I still pick trotro. My whole, I'm sitting here thinking, outside Accra, would I use this? Right? Outside a big city, will I use this? Beyond Ghana, will I use this? So I'm looking at size, right? But that's why I'm smiling.
But I think it's a problem across almost African countries. If you go to Nigeria, you see the same problem there, any country. So definitely, it will be used across Africa.
Your time is up now.
All right,
thank you very much. We would have one more online presenter, and thank you very much. Please, you can take your seat. Indeed, this one just came up. She had to travel a little impromptu, so we'll take her presentation. Now, Rashida Eje is from Wax Farm Limited. She speaks on breaking the wall of soil infertility. So if Rashida, you can hear me, tell me hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so your time starts now. You have 3 minutes. The jury is ready.
Okay. 2 years ago, I visited my auntie Araba.
Hold on, Rashida. Hold on. Rashida, the jury is ready for you now, so your time starts immediately. Go.
2 years ago, I visited my auntie one fateful day. I accompanied her son, a fisherman, to the seaside. As for your cousin's next, but to my surprise, it was fish. Oh, Rashida, this is actually not news to us. This is what happened these days. A week later, I went back to Tamale. I met Mbafuseni, who complained bitterly about the right. He explained how he now used 6 bags of fertilizer on the same land that previously required just 4 bags, which says that there has been a 50% increment in the prices of fertilizer. These two encountered to let a fire in me. I began exploring biological solutions and found unlikely hero called waxworm. Let me tell you about waxworms. Waxworms are pests to beekeepers, but interestingly, they have the ability to degrade plastic. At Wax Farm, we've developed a system where we breed these waxworms and feed them with plastic. After they consume the plastic, we collect their excreta and mix it with the bio to produce our nutrient-rich organic fertilizer. Our fertilizer not only nourishes the crop, they erect the crop, supports the soil, and has a natural pest resistance ability. Due to the presence of the chitin, this was tested by CSIR. Since the beginning of the year, we've been able to employ 17 women, sold over 50 bags of fertilizer, and been featured in 3 secular economy journals. This should tell you that our fertilizer is not just an idea, but it really works. At Wax Farm, we envision a world where plastic pollution is reduced, small farmers are able to afford quality fertilizer, and beekeepers enjoy clean hives. My name is Rashida Ede. At Wax Farm, we say reducing plastic, improving soil. Thank you.
Jury, was she audible enough? Okay. So, Rashida, please pay attention to the jury for your questions.
Rashida, thank you for your presentation under duress. Well done. Again, I've asked this question before. I don't know whether you were paying attention, but what type of plastic can the worms consume?
Thank you very much. So, our worms can consume low LDL plastic. Low plastic, please.
Low density plastic. Okay. All right.
Yes, please.
Interesting.
So, hello, Rashida. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So I'm guessing the middle picture on the screen at the moment is this kind of very small scale. place where you have your waxworms. How scalable is this? How scalable would this be for really making large amounts?
I can't hear you.
How scalable was the idea? How scalable is it? Looking at the third picture on your slide, turning plastic into plant food. We see a device there. So we want to find out, are you doing it on a small scale and how scalable is it? That's what Prof wants to know.
Okay, thank you very much. For now, we are doing this on a small scale. We go for the waxworm from beekeepers who are in the Damango, the Savannah region. We bring it to our site, our production site, and we breed it there. So waxworms actually take about 8 weeks to live. But with our watery syndrome, we are able to extend their shelf life to 15 weeks. And we really believe it's sustainable because waxworms are actually breedable. Aside we going to the beehives and getting them, we could also get to come to our of income to them. Aside they get money from selling honey. So it is sustainable and it's scalable.
Okay. Any more questions from the jury?
Thank you. We're fine.
Okay, so thank you, Rasija. Have a safe journey and we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Please let's put our hands together for Rashida. And I think this year our jury also deserves a round of applause. They are doing an exceptional job. Mr. Barnes, maybe in the future we need to get our jury some hearing aids. They are doing a good job, struggling to hear noise from Trotro and being able to separate that from what is being said. Next we have Titus Akansin Bukari, and he's from Amstead. He speaks on breaking the wall of brown spot disease of rice. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for my brother Titus Akansin Bukari.
Thank you very much. In fact, rice can never be underestimated when we want to ensure food security, especially in our part of the world. But brown spot disease affects rice yield up to 70%. In fact, in most cases, it can even reduce the yield to the extent that the farmer will not have anything, as it happened in India, causing the Great Bengal famine around the 1943. So farmers try to control this disease. But the issue is that in most cases, they use synthetic pesticides. And the increased use of this synthetic pesticide does not also favor the environment. In fact, it disturbs everything on the environment to the extent that we, the human beings, we also have our share. So as a young scientist who is much interested in plant pathology, I decided to come out with some environmentally safe method to control this disease. So I identified 3 main biological control agents, that is Peperocilium nilacinum, which is an epiphyte from the rice, and 2 botanicals, that is Azadirachta indica, which is the normal neem tree that we know, and 1 common ornamental plant, Nilium orienda. So figure 2 shows the results of this experiment I did. Clearly from the pictures, picture A, B and C are those that had the control agents, and the disease could not develop there. But the D, which had no control agent, the disease developed with increasing severity with time. In fact, these pictures were taken just after 15 days of inoculation. So imagine what would have happened to the D if no control measure is taken at that time. All these are just prototypes. In fact, efforts are underway to get the actual product for farmers to start using it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Titus, for your presentation. I would like to find out more about how you are extracting active compounds from the 3 things you showed us, whether you are compounding them or you are using them individually to
control the disease.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you. In fact, I didn't compound them. I used them individually. So the picture B is that of Azadirachta indica, and C is that of Nilium orienda. They are all common plants that we find on our environment. So it passed through the aqueous, a process for me to get the aqueous solution of it, so that I apply it in the form of spraying to the plant.
That's what I want more information on.
All right.
How are you extracting? And are you looking out for only one active compound, or you intend to just take the leaves, process the leaves, and then apply the whole, everything that is on the leaf?
Yes, I take the leaves, take it to the lab, and then there is a process that you soak it, you first dry it in a shade so that those important compounds will not leave us. So I take it to the lab and soak it in water overnight. So the extract that will come into the water, I will use that one to apply. And per literature, these trees has some anti-fungicidal compounds in it that can control some of these diseases. And that is the mechanism that I use.
I'm looking in the long term.
Okay.
If all we have to do is to go and cut down neem tree leaves, and process them the way you are doing, the neem tree will finish. You understand?
Yes.
So what are your plans to identify the active ingredient in the neem tree leaf, which you can even probably synthesize in the future without having to cut down the tree or collect the leaves?
I mean, in fact, this, I want to put it into production. So these trees will be planted in a large quantity. So that amount that I think I can use it at a time to avoid the waste, I will go for that amount and use it. So I think that will take care of your question, if I'm clear.
So I think, is it?
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think Prof is giving you a simpler way
Yeah.
to synthesize this, so that I don't need to go and buy 1,000 hectares of land,
neem tree.
plant them and wait for how many years for the trees to grow,
Yeah.
for it to go and cut them, and then by then I'm sure the rice harvest time would have
Oh,
been
yes. Yes. In fact, we've thought of that. So that is part of the planning that we are doing so that we can bring the production. So we are taking care of that.
Okay.
Any more questions from our jury? He happens to be the last presenter, so you have a bit more time with him.
Which of the three works best?
In fact, the Azadirachta indica, that one, no symptom at all shown over the entire period of the experiment I did. But that of the Pepericillium lilacinum, which is the epiphyte I extracted from the rice plant, it recorded 10% severity of the disease.
And you have to keep applying it?
Oh no, it's once. For this one, I applied it at the same time with the pathogen, the organism that is causing the disease.
Have you tried it on, let's say, an already infected plant, which is showing the symptoms, and then have you waited to see if the plant gets cured?
Yes, this experiment was actually done in three folds. First, I applied only the pathogen first in some period of time before the control agent came in. Then the second one, I applied the two, both the control agent and the pathogen at the same time. And the next, the pathogen first, then the control agent. Sorry, the control agent first and the pathogen. So weighing that, I saw that the best one was the control agent going in first. That is when no symptoms actually shown. For all the control agents, no symptoms shown. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you walk me through the end product, who you are trying to sell it to, how you intend to sort of scale the market once you get there? And also, have you thought of anything around the financials as well and what goes into it?
Yes. In terms of the finance, in fact, the Pepericillium lilacinum is a common fungi, and I don't need much in culturing it. I have that particular isolate in the lab. So it's just a matter of culturing it, growing it for a quantity that I can use. And the other ones too are common plants that we see. That is, in terms of the finance, no matter how, it will be better than the synthetic fungicides or pesticides that we use. So the process too, I think I need a lab that can fit me to grow the fungi, and also have enough land to get these trees planted and growing.
So you are set on getting the land to be able to grow.
No, that is where I said it's in the planning, the pipeline. I need sponsors for that.
Okay. And anything around pricing, have you gotten there yet?
Come again.
Pricing. So, for example, if you got to the point of having the pesticide, in your case, what will be the price point you'll be looking at?
In fact, I have not done that yet. Okay. But in fact, this work is about life-saving matter. So no matter how it is, the price will not be like the synthetic fungicide. I'll make sure all the farmers are able to afford it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The idea.
Thank you for your presentation. These three plants that you've identified, was that known that they had antifungal properties already, or did you find these in screening things?
Clearly from the pictures.
How did you find these three particular plants to get extracts from? Were they known to be antifungal already, or have you discovered that?
Yes, I discovered that.
Okay.
The Piperissinum lilacinum, per literature, it has been showing antagonistic behavior against other pathogens. Mm-hmm. So my focus was to get this particular fungi isolated. And there are more works around, but the difference between mine and them is that this one was actually gotten from the rice plant. In fact, the common problem that we have in biological control is adaptability. You are going to bring a pathogen or an organism from a different plant, introducing it into, let's say, rice, and you want it to survive best and be able to control your disease. But this one, it was isolated from the rice plant. So the issue of adaptability is solved there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You've had too much time to explain. There's another question.
So which type of
but
rice?
But one more, I hope.
Which type of rice are we talking about?
In fact, this is Agra rice. Agra.
Okay.
Agra variety.
Right.
That is what I worked on.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Titus. And please put your hands together for the jury. They've done a great job. Now the work proper begins. They will be taking leave of us in the next few minutes to go and discuss, judge, or collate the results and give us a winner. Also, we'll be closing voting on our audience winner. So please, if you've shared the link to anyone, tell them to keep voting for you. This is to our presenters. We want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Michael Black, and he is a delegate from the German Chamber of Commerce. If Doc is here, please, let's see. Dr. Michael Black is in the house. Please put your hands together. He happens to be white, but he is Dr. Michael Black. Blank. Oh, wow. I just blanked out right there. Pardon me, Dr. Blank. Alrighty. But have you had a good time? Put your hands together for the presenters as well. Put your hands together for the presenters. They've done a good job. It's not easy to stand in front and then present as they have done. So congratulations to you. You are all winners. We would have a panel discussion right afterwards, but we want to take a special message from the rep from the German embassy who is here with us. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome. The name is Hajara Gambu. Please put your hands together for her. Oh, please be generous with your applause. It's Hajara Guba. Is the name correct? Guba. Please, a big name deserves a big round of applause.
Are we still in the morning or afternoon? It's still afternoon. Good afternoon to you all, especially the jury, young scientists and innovators in the room who have made the time and most importantly, have the inspiration and the passion to develop solutions to problems that we pose to ourselves and that which is being posed to us from nature itself. We really acknowledge you, and your inspiration tells us that we have hope for the future and that there's a future which is going to be problem-free. We hope so. And for us, Germany is a hub of technology, which we know, and the German embassy here in Ghana, together with the DAAD, through Falling Walls Lab, provide the platform and opportunity for young and upcoming scientists just as yourself, because we believe that the innovations are right here in Ghana. They just need to be spotlighted for the world to see. And as such, we are happy that you are here giving us solutions. I missed the first pitch, but the first pitch, I only made time for the second pitch. But having seen the ideas, some of which I never thought of, we just want to say we appreciate your time and the passion you put into solving solutions. Thank you very much, and you are all winners. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajara. On that note, we would put our hands together for the jury as they take leave of us, and we'll welcome Emanuela Manchaya Kalari. She's Research and Policy Officer for Youth Climate Council, and she is the moderator for our panel discussion on the topic, Climate Innovation, Integrating Traditional Technologies for a Resilient Future. So please put your hands together one more time for our jury. They have a big job to do. Oh, please, a big round of applause. Be generous with your applause. And I would hand over to Emanuela Manchaya Kalari, Research and Policy Officer for Youth Climate Council, and she will put together her team of panelists, and they'll have a panel discussion. So please pay rapt attention. Emanuela, over to you.
Thank you so much. I think he deserves a round of applause. Louder, please. All right, thank you so much. And a round of applause for yourselves too. The ideas have been amazing, mind-blowing, and we are rooting for you all. And I can't wait to see the decisions they come up with. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Okay. So before we start this panel discussion, I wanted to give a background of what this is. There was a research in Senegal by Professor Nana Ama. She is the current CEO of EPA, and this research was about giving clean cooking stoves to the women who use, they smoke the fish, and then after a time when they went back, the cook stoves were not being used. And the reason was that when they smoke the fish with the cook stoves, it doesn't smell like when they use the wood. And so it was abandoned. Very, very good, innovative cook stoves, but they were abandoned. This is just one example of innovation that can be left on the shelf or become ineffective if it's not blended with tradition. And that is what this is all about. In a room full of innovators like yourselves, you need to understand how to blend the community, the society into what you are doing so that it is effective, they adopt it, and it's useful. So to join us, we have two exceptional speakers who are going to join us delve in on the road of the intersection between tradition and transformation. So permit me to invite them, two wonderful people. The first to join us is Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell is an ecosystem builder and climate advocate, educator, tech enthusiast, and social entrepreneur. With over a decade and a half of experience as a youth worker, training and mentoring young people in entrepreneurship, education, and community development. He is a Dennis Goldberg Scholar. I think you should clap to that. And a certified African civic engagement leader. Maxwell leads several entrepreneurial initiatives, including Project Lead for Young Green Entrepreneurs, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning, Officer for UNDP Young Africa Innovators with Green Growth African Hub. His key skills and expertise includes climate change advocacy, policy, and civic engagement. With a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Maxwell. Thank you. To join us is Mr. Isaac Aboa, founder of Mello Technologies and award-winning entrepreneur. He is a sustainability leader and defines his life's mission as building prosperity at scale, especially for underprivileged people. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Yes. All right, thank you so much for joining us. We are happy to have you, and we have a room full of innovators who are going to go out there and do wonderful things. We're going to dive straight because the jury is going to be back in a few minutes, and we need to be ready when they come back. So I'm just going to go in with the first question. And my first question is that how can traditional knowledge systems be integrated with modern climate innovations to strengthen community and promote sustainable development?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to be on this panel. So for everyone here, amazing presentation. I think when I was in second or third year, I came to present at Fallen Walls Lab, and I was second place. I didn't win, so I was second place. So Fallen Walls Lab is a great initiative, and I'm happy to be back here. I think before, our idea of what technology is has to be refined so that we understand technology from a perspective of an innovation and process improvement than hard tech, like some of the things that we do, right? Because there are indigenous systems that are innovative. They have incumbent innovations driven and part of the processes that changes the way we think about things. So for example, if you look at circular ecology and circular systems right now and how they are being taught, you realize that a lot of the things are already things that are part of our culture locally. So I'll give you an example. Right now, the president announced that we're going to have a ban on styrofoam, right? That was yesterday, I think, which is something that people have been talking about for a very long time. But look at how, for example, for a very long time, we've used leaves in our wache, and I love my wache with my leaves, right? And that is an innovation that pre-polythene was being used, right? So how do we, I think when it comes to innovation systems, it's all about how we can, first of all, build a process that makes it sustainable, but also look at its usability from a user perspective and how the users will think about them. So the question is, how do we go back into our culture and examine practices, processes that are already existing? We are not coming to change the wheel, but how we make it relevant for our modern times. Take our leaves and make it usable for now and make it presentable for now. I think that's how we should think about them, because those processes already exist. We are not coming to reinvent wheels. The ways of making clay, ceramics that are sustainable have been done for years, right? So it's about not losing those culture and tradition and making them usable and presentable for the 21st century for young people and making it cool again. I think that is how we should approach that problem.
Thank you so much, Mr. Isaac. Please, what do you think about?
Okay, so for me, I would thank you also very much for having me on the panel. It's exciting to see Isaac. He's a very good friend of mine, and he's also a mentor. Yeah, so for me, I'll just start with a story to encapsulate the whole scenario. So there is a philosophy called the mango tree. So if in our African setting, you cannot talk about indigenous knowledge systems without talking about indigenous institutions. Again, what usually happens under the mango tree? We normally sit to have conversations. So if you go deep into our local communities and all that, when we meet around the mango tree, you know what is going on. That's exchange of knowledge. Now, if you understand that system of conversation, I'll give you an example also, something that happened. I'm a storyteller. I like to tell stories so that I can just put my information across. Yeah. So somewhere in Zambia, there was a national park. And that national park was booming, but then they had a lot of challenges. And the one in charge, the chief in charge, not the chief, but the technical person in charge of the wildlife or the community, decided to visit the chief. And then the chief asked them that, ordinarily, when you are going to anybody's house, you knock in the African setting, true or false? Yes. So why do you have a national park in my community that I don't know about? Now you have a challenge and you want to come to me. Now he said, what I can do to help you is that bring all the experts from the city and let's have a conversation. So the one in charge of the national park said, okay, then he would do that. So he was able to summon, it was a very rigorous process, but he was able to summon about 40 of these experts to come. Now, listen to the story very carefully. When they came, they used the bottom-up approach. This time, it was not the technical people talking to the chief, but it was the chief rather giving them information that they needed, because the national park that they had, most of the elephants depended on the forage from his side of the national park. And now he was able to tell them and give them knowledge, a kind of system of knowledge that would help them. So yeah, fast forward, they decided to employ people from the community and all that. Then he documented in his research that ever since they used those two approaches, they've been able to limit poaching by 90%. There were research papers, there were articles, there were journals, people were talking about it, but in practicality, the knowledge lied in the chief, giving them what they have practiced over the years, and it has worked for them since 1988. Someone will say, what am I driving at? We are talking about indigenous knowledge systems. We are looking at climate innovations. Where are these systems and knowledge found? They are found in the people. Anytime you want to think about climate innovations and you decide to alienate the concept of indigenous knowledge, that is where the problem sits in. And we think modernization, it's not about integrating this kind of knowledge. But then if we are able to come up with a kind of channel that would marry indigenous knowledge as well as the so-called research, articles, publications, and all that. In doing that, when we are building on innovations, it becomes very easy. So for me, I think that when we are talking about indigenous knowledge systems and innovation, the information and knowledge lies in the people, and we need to look at how we can work together with the people, because people understand, or the community understand, the issues of climate change. They know what climate change is about. They may not caption it as climate change, but they experience it. So for me, I think this story highlights on what Isaac also said. Yeah.
Thank you so much. What I'm getting from this is that climate wisdom exists, and it exists in people, in our systems. It just it falls on us to look out for it in our innovations. So following up on that questions, I think we should just go around and then, including all of us, let's point out some of the examples of successful, climate innovation that integrates traditional knowledge. And so we can, if we are projecting that somebody can learn from it, what are some of the examples? It could be in Ghana, other African countries, even around the world. What are some of the examples of climate innovations with traditional knowledge?
Hello? I think that there are farms where they have. So let me give you a practical example. My friend's father has a center of no-till agriculture. So basically, center of no-till agriculture, which basically came from indigenous farming systems of trying to avoid tilling the soil, and which is a popular practice, by the way. A lot of people till their soil, but then there's a lot of disadvantage of tilling the soil, and the way, for example, things like burning have been done. And so what they have done is that their whole philosophy, which is, by the way, came from working with locals who have been practicing this for a very long time and now built a whole innovation ecosystem, is to stop tilling the soil and incorporate things like we already know, incorporate waste, and so that there's organic manure production. So it's a complete zero-waste farm with no tilling and no hard technologies on it, but still is able to experience high yield. So this is taking how we have farmed historically, which a lot of arguments around will say, oh, it's not scalable and all of that, but being able to make it work in our own settings and find ways to scale. Because I think the problems with indigenous knowledge is that it is passed around in communities, and because it is community-driven, it is within, the knowledge is within few people, and the practice and the utility is among few people. So the problem always lies with how do you move it into scalable solutions, and I think that that is where research innovation can come to place. Like Maxwell said, it has to be done with the people who are the guardians of the knowledge. Yeah.
Before that, do you think we do a good job at documenting some of the knowledge we have as a community for the next generations? Because once the younger ones are unable to tap into what the older generation is doing, it feels as though with time, knowledge is gone, knowledge is past, but we don't really, you can have, sometimes it's just one old person in there who sometimes forgets about. How do we preserve the knowledge we have in the society?
So this is a huge problem,
Yeah.
and I know many people are trying to do their bit in helping with that. I know here at Smelly Technology, but one of the things I have done in helping with that is I started something called Green Film Festival. And Green Film Festival, part of it is storytelling for climate. And last year we did 44 films that we showcased, and these are films which showcase some African indigenous systems knowledge and basically how people are using locally led adaptation and innovation to solve climate all over the world. So storytelling by a film is one of the ways, but we have to move on to documenting. AI has made this very easy right now. So if someone is still thinking of something that they could do, one of the things they can do right now is, for example, take large language models that exist right now that are able to translate things from English, from our local languages, from Tree to English or any other system, right, and document those knowledge. And I encourage us to do that. One of the things I have personally been reflecting on wanting to do very soon is go and have a conversation with my grandma and say, oh, what did you used to do in the 1930s and all of that. And I think that we all have packets of knowledge that are sitting with old people. For example, my grandma comes from a long lineage of people who are herbalists, and so knows a lot about herbs. But then how do we make sure that these are testable, scalable? If that knowledge is not recorded, she might pass away and then go with that. So it is a call for us to individually ask questions, individually document, because there's no global scale that can, I don't think we understand the mammoth of information that exists that people don't know of. And then we have to do that. And when we do that, we put it in an entire compendium. And again, AI can help that. Right now, all you have to do is take your iPhone and record. It literally transcribes it. And transcription was a big deal some years ago, but it literally transcribes it for you. So even if you are using local languages, there are models that exist that can help you there. I think we should start there and eventually put those knowledge systems together, compare it, and start to research on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please share your thoughts on that.
Oh, hello. Okay. So I would take the second aspect before I give the case or an example. So in documenting some of this stuff also, I decided to, in document, you realize that most of our traditions and all that were oral history, and we lost a lot of our information as a result of oral text or oral history. But then I, in my small capacity, decided that as a Wikipedian, I realized that if you go on the internet, the uninhabited part of Antarctica has more information than the whole of Africa. It tells you then that Africans are not documenting, Africans are not putting out information, but people are putting information even at places that they are not in there. So then what do we even do? So in my personal capacity, I started training a lot of young people within the Wikipedia open knowledge space to actually document some of these things. And then also, I love languages, and we decided, myself and a couple of friends decided to come together to form the Ghanaian Wikimedia Languages community. That is to empower and train people within the communities to actually write their own stories in their local languages, and it becomes easier to record. For example, if there is an old lady in your community and then she has a lot of information, you have the opportunity to talk to the person and then upload it on some of these open platforms to, go into translation and all that. So these are some of the things that in my little capacity, and also to preserve the language as well, because you realize that most of the countries around are actually promoting their languages, but we are not doing that. So in my small capacity, that's what I'm doing. And even with the pidgin, the normal pidgin that we speak, you look at Nigerian pidgin, they even have scaled it to the BBC level, what are we not doing? So we started a community called the Ghanaian PG Wikipedia Communities. We are translating articles, etc., etc. So that's just a small way that we can document our language and other stuff in relating to climate. So last year, for example, we did the Wiki Green conferences where we trained people to actually understand climate change and to be able to document climate change in their local languages. So that's just on the side. Back to the first question. So I think with climate action, over the years, our indigenous communities are doing it. So if you go into most of our communities, you realize that there are days they don't go to the farm. Sustainability concept is still there. There are sacred groves that we don't go in. What is it doing? All those forests and hotspots are carbon sequestration. They are involving in that. So in their knowledge, they are preserving the environment and they have the knowledge to do that. Scientifically, we come in to document it, but these are practices that have been going on. Like the Dagaba people in the northern region, if you check their ethnic group, their groups, they have this philosophy of preserving the environment. And it cuts across so many ethnic and indigenous groups. And so that's the example I'll give in the case of Ghana. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Before I head to the audience for questions, my question is that what are the key challenges? And I know we have spoken about some of them, but what are some of the other key challenges and opportunities aligning indigenous knowledge with scientific approaches to address climate change?
I think the challenge will start from documenting it, but eventually it lies in effective collaboration. I think that one thing that our education systems don't do very well is how we marry and collaborate very well with people who we think are not educated, right? I think that there's a way where our Western education gives you a certain complex that is very hard to overcome, unfortunately, which presupposes that because you have a degree, you know better than others. And that mindset, it seems very small, but that mindset is a big gap why a lot of people will spend millions of dollars, and we are talking about some of the biggest foundations in the world, will spend millions of dollars to go and then do these savior-type architecting of problems, and we're coming to change this, and then the problems never leave. So I think it starts from trying to overcome that complex and mindset. But obviously also we have to invest in the people at the front line and actually let them take leadership of these things. If you send a researcher to some community to go and do some project, they are a researcher that is doing it for that period of time. You have to think about it from the perspective of people who are most likely having their livelihoods there and have a history there and are going to be there for a very long time beyond the project and its expiry. And when you make these people ownership, and that's very important, having ownership there and funding those people to take initiative, I think that it helps with the longevity of such projects. So I think there are a lot of things, and I think that I must also talk about them. But ownership for me is very important. I've seen it so many times where people go and they leave and the project becomes left behind. Nobody continues it because they don't feel like they are the people that came up with the idea, they have ownership of it, and this is benefiting them. So I used to lead an initiative. I was part of an initiative that was driving climate funding to frontline communities, and we were working with some of the big foundations, Open Society, Climate Works, etc., so that at the leadership they rethink how they architect funding, because funding would usually go to some big organization. They would travel from the global north to the south and say, we are coming to do a project. And they are not even collaborating with local NGOs or collaborating with the people on the ground themselves in a way that actually makes sure that the solution works and is sustainable for the long haul.
Yeah. Right before that, he hit on something I've been advocating for, and it's the phrase that says that capacity building. I would want to say capacity enhancement, because everybody has a capacity in some way, somehow. So, as he said, you don't go and then ask the savior to help a situation that you, after a few months or weeks, you leave, and then you leave the people in the community to deal with whatever situation is. So, I have very, very been interested in saying that let's say we are doing capacity enhancement instead of capacity building, because we all have capacities. So you can go around with the challenges.
So for me, I think one of the challenges that comes off head is Isaac rightly said, it's the conflict between the scientific knowledge and then the indigenous knowledge. So most of this indigenous knowledge, or because it hasn't been documented and hasn't gone through a systematic process, it has to be vetted through the scientific model, and most of the times it may not be able to go through it. That doesn't mean the knowledge it's not, but just because it didn't go through a system that someone has created, then it becomes like a bottleneck of issues. So I think that is also one of the one challenge. And also sometimes the indigenous people feel like they are marginalized, because at the end of the day, whatever knowledge that they present would definitely use the scientific process as a rubric. So then what's the essence of us even coming to the table to present what we have? And for me, the opportunity that this presents, and I'll give a quick example, it's where World Bank, it wasn't World Bank, but it was a project where they decided to build a pineapple processing factory in a fishing community. Think of it. They didn't consult the people, but they felt this is what the people need, and this is what they did for them. After years, millions of money that went because the people were not using the facility, because the community in there are fisher folks, all right? So it comes again with who led the project, and that is what has been going on in the circles that we find ourselves. We see a lot of projects in communities that people are not using, because you don't involve the people in the project inception, in the conversation, in the mango tree philosophy. You don't use it. If you want to do a project in the people, you go to where the people are, talk to the people, and there is always a people buy-in or community buy-in. And once you have that with your scientific knowledge, there would always be a win-win with the scientific knowledge and then the traditional knowledge. And in the case where there is conflict within that co-curation process, there would definitely be a result. So for me, I think those are the challenges, and then it also presents a solution. Lastly, most of the communities that I work in, I do my best to go in there not with the mindset of a repository of knowledge, but then I go in there to listen to what the people have, so that I can evaluate whatever I'm going to do. And sometimes also the friction comes in with the funders, because the funders have a way they think. But it is about time we also use the bottom-up approach, where we can make a strong case to them that, look, this is the reason why you should go this way. And then once we have community buy-in, we can cross this
I just wanted to add also that I don't think that there is enough incentive or drive to make sure that we can take up local innovations, especially when it comes to those in medicine, right? And move them down the pipeline. And obviously that has to do with investment to the pipeline of clinical trials, etc., before they actually become usable by you and me. And it has to do with, I think, a lot of cultural legacies and view of how we have viewed the sort of innovations, the sort of technologies, the sort of medicines that come locally. And obviously there's also, there are mountains of evidence to suggest that there are a lot of quack people around that, right, who are trying to sell things that don't exist. But that doesn't sort of take away from the fact that there are actual real things that exist. So I would want to see somewhere in the future, especially when it comes to medicine, that we have an institution, for example, that is solely focused on the research of herbal medicine. And it is moving from the pipeline of doing research, documenting of local indigenous knowledge, and moving them through clinical trials, and eventually passing it to become a drug. But we don't have such a thing. In my small vein, one of the initiatives I started as a research academy for young people, and I think research is the foundation of these things, that we have to invest a lot. KNUST is doing a lot of very good with their program in herbal medicine, for example, but a lot has to be done before we can move that program that is doing some herbal medicine to move the herbal medicine to actually drugs and technologies and other things that are usable by you. And it's a long process, it's a lot of investment, and I don't think that there is incentive enough for that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Very well said. I'm sure that we have questions. We'll take a few questions and then we wrap up. Any questions? Okay.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Boya. I think one of you said that we should try to use the bottom-down approach when we, let's say, go to the locals and then, let's say there's a way of distilling water or there's a way of filtering water. We try to listen from them. But sometimes to what they are saying, even though it gives them the correct thing, there's some effects which cannot be quantified. It's not quantifiable. Let's say the more I drink that water that they filtered, it can later give me some kind of kidney diseases. How will I bridge this thing or tell them to stop what they are doing? Because they've done it and it has worked for them. So why should they change and come and use yours? Thank you.
Okay, so talk to me directly. I said that. Anyway, that was just by the way. So you see, when it comes to some of this community engagement and all that, it's case by case and depending on what you are working on. So in your case, it's more of like health related. And what I am trying to drive at is you don't go to the community to exhibit that kind of, in quote, that kind of egoistic, like we have the solution. I've worked with communities. Immediately you do that, they'll listen to you, but when they go back, they're like, you guys, you are not serious. Go into it, even with your knowledge, listen to them, have a conversation with them, and then you can drive some of these solutions that, okay, this is the practices that you've been going on. But have you realized? Now you begin to question the questioner. And then once you have that conversation with them, it is easier for you to put or to proffer that solution. And then you also allow room for them to, assimilate that information you are giving them. It becomes easier. But once you go in, you do your PowerPoint, and some people even go do PowerPoint word presentation in English with people that, sorry to say, but they may not be familiar with English. Immediately they sit there, you are like, okay, one of those things, all right? So what I would advise in that case is, yes, you have the solution, you have it, but then what is the buy-in to the community? Always look at the entry point, how you can have conversations with them, how you can leave them to think about even the solutions, and then I believe that by so doing, you would come to the table with something, yeah.
I host a podcast called Change Africa Podcast. One of the interesting conversations we had in the past 2 seasons was with somebody who introduced a concept of narrative-led problem solving. Narrative-led problem solving. And what he meant by that is that sometimes how to sell a solution, how to solve a problem is by telling a story that works. And even if the problem, the solution itself isn't, when people buy into the idea that it works, there is an effect that it has on them, right? And this can be applied in the scenario that you are giving, is that the reason why they are not buying into something that you are bringing to them is that there is a whole socio-cultural history. There's a lot of stories that have been told that validates that nothing will happen to them. And when people believe those things, belief is such a powerful thing, right? When they believe those things, no matter the empirical evidence that you come to them, it might not work. And so sometimes you have to think about it from that angle of what are the stories. Maybe what you need to change is not the technology. It is the story that needs to be changed. And when the story is changed, there will be more embracing of new technologies. And another thing that is also very important in this, we've talked about how you want to change their stories, is also, when we are designing technologies, right, one of the things that you do is you do something called user experience design. It's about the experience of the product. whatever it is. You have to do a journey map of the user and see what are the different touch points that the user has with the product, and even after the product. What is the entire journey map? And at each point, what are the social, economic factors that are affected? And sometimes it is just beyond the product. And this is why, as founders, we do nice products, but then it doesn't break through. Because at the end of the day, no matter how great the product is, people are going to use it. And if they say they don't want to use it, even though it solved the problem, then it has not done its work.
Thank you so much. Any more questions?
Good afternoon. I'm Abdul Rahman. My question is, as much as we all agree incorporating indigenous knowledge into technological advancements, there's no without fact that it still also should I say regress the rate at which technology advances. Let me just take, for instance, Madam spoke of the stove and all those things. People were saying it wasn't, the taste they used, but it was much more efficient. There will not be any doubts about that. So my real question is whether, as going forward, do you see that we should, continue building upon those indigenous knowledge to incorporate it into the technology, or we should try to, should I say, revise the indigenous knowledge that is already existing? Maybe educating them as to the advantages of maybe taking the other route.
I think that inherent in your question is still a misunderstanding of the conversation. First of all, I don't think the conversation is that indigenous knowledge systems or indigenous technologies or indigenous applications or process have to be in any innovation that we are doing. I don't think that it is. I think the conversation is that there is opportunity for those to be embedded in some areas, and we should do that because we actually see better process improvement, we also see better results, and we don't leave behind knowledge. But even also in your question is an assumption that there's some technology that moves faster and we have to go with that. I don't think that's necessarily true. So let me give you an example, right? What we now know as AI, and that is very popularized in the last 3 years by OpenAI and the work that they have been doing with ChatGPT, is things that have been happening for a very long time. What changed it was that chat interface. The interface, right, where you'll be able to say, tell me about XYZ, is what changed it. So those things exist. The ChatGPT you see is not that text box there. It's not that app. The app is only an application interface that allows you to communicate with an LLM that has been done somewhere. And that itself, while it is novel, was not like, it's not OpenAI that came up with the concept of LLMs, but they built a user experience that people related to. So I think that we have to reframe our product thinking and think about user experience, because no matter what you build, you can literally bring heaven from hell. Heaven on earth. It doesn't make a difference. When users don't want it, at the end of building products, as a mantra that Y Combinator is a very famous accelerator, they say build products that users love. They didn't say build products that solve users' problems. And because when users love them, then it is solving their problem. If they don't love them, no matter how brilliant it is, it's not solving their problem.
Okay, so I think Isaac has, you've said it all, yeah.
Before we take our next questions from the audience, I have a question. And my question is that, some of these innovations that we are coming up with have to do with a lot of behavioral changes that the community would need to do to be able to use a certain technology or innovation. But we know behavioral changes does not happen overnight. How do we approach a 50-year-old woman, man, or a community that has been existing over centuries to suddenly change to use a technology that would, is better friendly to the environment? And how do we tackle the issue of behavioral changes?
All right, so maybe just myself and one professor at KNUST, we decided to look at something on pro-environmental behavior, which is also very big. And just as you said, changes are very difficult. You know, it's been systemic for a very long time. This is how you go about things. Within a short period, you are now telling me to go within this trajectory. So with the conversation of pro-environmental behavior, it's a challenge. But then I've also noticed that once people see the positive effect, once you make a strong case for people, it may not be sudden. And that's one thing that we often look at, that the fact that you are presenting this to them, they have to take it by force. So for example, I also did a similar work in terms of clean cooking and, you know, communities. And these are some of the challenges that we found out. But you see, the people also in the community said something that was very interesting to me in the coastal communities. They said if they have a clean cook stove, an industrial clean cook stove, that can still give them the taste of what the market demands, they will definitely go for it. So as an innovator, if you are going in with such technologies, you have that as a foundational block to understand that, okay, this is what they've been doing. Let me study the process of what they do and be able to, you can go through an iterative process to see how you can still integrate, and then they can still have that, because it's an acquired taste, it becomes very difficult for them. So also depending on the levels at which people are, it also gives you an idea of how to approach pro-environmental behavior. Yeah, so that's what I think I can say, yeah.
Before I answer your question, I want to ask the audience, right? How does your mom or your friend who doesn't know how to type English, how do they use WhatsApp? Voice. Exactly, voice. It's a design problem. It's always a design problem. They use voice. Why? Because it is tap, hold, speak, and press send. Everybody can tap, hold, and then speak and press send. It's always a design problem. At the end of the day, what you are thinking about is always a design problem. You have to find intuitive design approaches that people already know. When you are using your phone, I don't want to go into design here, but when you are using your phone right now, right, and you are scrolling and you are swiping, right, or when you take a phone right now and you want to swipe and then get to your, there are some things that you have learned through using other technologies that is inherent in your way of that. This is how we use that technology. When you see your phone right now, you see that speaker button and then you press it. What do you expect it to do? You expect to start recording. If you give your mom ChatGPT right now and your mom sees it, your mom probably doesn't know how ChatGPT works, but her first instinct is be to what? Press and hold that. So it's always a design problem. So we have to look at ways of designing things for people. And if you think about it very well and design it very well, no matter what it is, if you bring it to their level, it will work. And I know people who are already doing things. For example, I know people who are right now making order management, fulfillment, etc. very easy for retailers by just sending a voice note. Because they know, oh, person by say, and it goes there, it transcribes it, and then it does the work for them. So it's always a design problem in my perspective.
I hope these conversations help us shape the innovations we are bringing out. So if you forgot about something, you go in there and then you infuse it in it. Any more questions? We take one more question and then... Okay. So I think we are good. So we'll take one last word from both of you, maybe just a minute each of what you'd like to leave the conversation.
I think because we are all collectively founders, people who are trying to innovate, I think we have to focus on the customer. There's a very popular saying that first-time founders, they think about product. Second-time founders, they think about distribution. It's at the end of the day, it's about the customers. It's never about the product. So I think we should all collectively focus on how the customers approach, use, consume our products. And that is what ultimately is important. Unless you want to give our products for them for free, and even sometimes when you do it for free for them, they still don't use it, right? So it's all about how people, think about distribution more. Think about how people are going to use it, consume it, how you are going to sell it. And that is more important than the product.
Thank you so much.
All right, for me, I would close by saying that looking at this space and then having this conversation is very pivotal and is very important. I mean, as young people, we see the essence of indigenous knowledge systems and how we can leverage on these systems to innovate. And whatever innovations that we are planning on or we are thinking about, we should see how to integrate a level of indigenous knowledge, and also it should be community-centered. The fact that a kind of technology worked in a certain context, we should understand our context. We can adapt and adopt and make sure that whatever innovation that we are bringing out, it's contextually relevant. Yeah, so that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think they deserve a round of applause, a huge one. It's got to be louder than that. Thank you so much. We are so grateful for coming. I'm sure the knowledge you've shared is going to help shape the kind of innovations that is going to be put out there. Thank you so much. And
thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our panelists. A very engaging conversation and discussion, and I really like the questions and the interactions from, you presenters and audience who are here. But before the jury comes in, I want to get a candid opinion from everyone here. This year's Fallen Walls Lab Ghana 2025. How has been your experience? You were here last year, so tell me about it.
Okay, so I think it's more interactive, and the kind of innovations too are quite impressive as compared to last year's. Yeah, but I don't know whether I should add this, but I wasn't wowed as compared to last year, even though it was, impressive. Yeah,
it's quite obvious you're a part of last year's. Okay, but it's been interactive. But I think the presenters are more prepared, in my opinion. What do you think, Kelly? You came in second in 2023.
Oh yeah, the ideas are actually wonderful. I'm impressed, to be honest with you. Especially, I think contestant number 1, he gave us something else here. So I love it.
If I may ask, do you know him before this day? So it's a candid opinion. Put your hands together. Contestant number 1 or presenter number 1, is that your wife seated next to you? Okay, that explains it. Please put your hands together. There was an extra dose of enthusiasm from him, and I now understand why. And this Salah, is it? Do I say Baraka de Salah? Is that the right thing to say? Baraka de Salah to you. We know it's a holiday for you, but you are here. I hope Allah gives you the grace you need to win. Yeah, what do you think, Emmanuel?
Okay, so this event being my first time, pitching about a problem and solution. I've also witnessed, great ideas, aside the one that I pitched. So I'm just anticipating that we all execute it, but not just leave it behind.
So who do you hope will win today?
Okay, so actually, anybody that the judge feel like the person deserves it will win.
You are not sure you are going to win. You are not sure. Joseph Boya, how have you seen today's, Fallen Walls Lab Ghana event?
Today's event was superb. Personally, I'm happy to be on TV or YouTube. So I'll tell my brother today I was on TV, so I'm happy. Yeah. But then I have learned a lot. Innovations coming up, especially the one with worms. I think wax worms. I never knew of that, and maybe I'll also try and grow some worms and see if they can consume some of the plastic. Thank you.
Put your hands together. A very candid opinion, and it's online on our YouTube page, DAAD Ghana, so you can refer to it. Share the link to everyone you know. You're a famous man now. But who do you want to win today?
I might say may the best win.
We have a very modest group of presenters today. Okay, let's see if Beatrice agrees with that.
Yeah,
May the best man win.
You've just eliminated all the ladies from it. She says, may the best man win. Is it in the generic sense or... Okay, but how have you seen today's event?
Well, it's been good so far. I mean, great presentations. All of us have done great. And yes, I'm hoping the best person wins, honestly.
Okay, let me also state on authority that the online voting, has it come to an end now? It's over, yes. So if you didn't share the link on time, you might not be the audience favorite. Okay, let me go to Dr. Blank. Dr. Blank, how have you seen today's event?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much. It was quite exciting. For me, the first Falling Walls Lab in Ghana. However, I've been to quite a few pitch events before in Germany, in Europe, and in America. Let me share one observation with you. What I found particularly exciting here in Ghana, the focus of your challenges is very African, it's very Ghanaian. For instance, the trotro, very Ghanaian. Agricultural challenges, very Ghanaian. Plastic waste, very Ghanaian. So that's what really excites me, to see how each country produces entrepreneurs according to their own needs and their own challenges that are perceived. That makes it quite interesting. Believe me, if you have a similar event in, let's say, Belgium or Germany, there would be totally different challenges. Maybe not totally, but some would be different. Therefore, from my point of view, it's exciting and it's amazing to see what Ghanaian young entrepreneurs are coming up with. And from my point of view, those presentations, both the ideas but also the way they were presenting, was very convincing. And I can only say, if I had to decide who's the winner, I would have a very, very tough time. I wouldn't know. I mean, I would have to think quite intensively about it, but I found quite a few very, very well and very convincing.
Can we put our hands together for Dr. Blank? Indeed, it's so interesting. I haven't even thought about it like that, but they are very tailor-made for our problems. And then that's what entrepreneurship is about, finding a problem and providing a solution to it profitably. Hajara from the German embassy, tell us, what has been your observation? You've given us the official position. On a personal note, how has it been?
I mean, first of all, as you rightly mentioned, for me, coming here was a bit difficult. I asked Felix why today, because it's Eid al-Adha, and for us, it's a very special occasion. And I look at the participants, and you have about half of them being Muslims. So for me, it shows the determination of these young scientists and innovators. And another example is is Rashida, who was traveling but very determined with the zeal to still present her innovation. So this tells us that the youth in Ghana really want to solve the challenges that we Ghanaians are facing. And for that, it's amazing. So I'm happy to have been here, and the ideas are very lovely. So yes, we are just hoping that the best person wins, but they should all know that they are all winners, because to get an idea and actually try to develop a solution is not easy. So you are all winners. All right, thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. I can't tell about previously, but the past 2 years, it was always in-person presenters. But this year, we've done 2 online, and Rashida was actually on the phone. So we didn't get to even get her online, technically. So this year, maybe I'll say it's an improvement, I guess. We might have to just work on the technical part of it. Anyone else with a genuine observation? Aha, another of our alumnus. Please tell us, John.
Yeah, so I personally think the quality of the presentations have greatly improved in this year's cohort. Also, the kinds of innovations that are being presented are quite unique as well. So I think this year has been a great improvement so far. Yeah.
So you disagree with our first comment? He says last year was better than this year, but you were part of 2023. You were here last year, and this year, in your opinion, is better than what we had last year. You believe so? Please put your hands together. It should improve every year, so that's a good observation. Can I come across to you? We want your opinion as well. I don't have your name on your card, but I see Enosewa. Is that? We want diverse opinions. So tell us, what has been your observation?
Well, I came here very spontaneously because I got invited by this nice lady. And I'm from Switzerland. And I'm just here in holidays, and it was very interesting to see all these ideas. And yeah, an applause for everyone who presented.
Wonderful. The name is Rebecca. Rebecca. Please let's put our hands together for Rebecca. And indeed, Fallen Walls is all about connecting people from diverse backgrounds, diverse locations, diverse nationalities. She's from Switzerland. We have a few Germans here. Dr. Blanco, what nationality are you? German as well. Yes, so it's a multicultural, multinational event we are having here at Fallen Walls Lab, Ghana. Okay, Abdul, what has been your opinion? You didn't want to hand over the microphone. You were having a lot of fun. So stand and tell us what your opinion has been so far about Fallen Walls Lab Ghana 2025. Please stand. And don't talk too much this time.
Thank you very much. This was very exciting. For me, there is one thing I have about any program that I go for. I know that when you win, congratulations. If you don't win, you learn a lesson. And then in as much as we compete, we as well collaborate. So that's all about attending programs like this.
Zibling, please remain standing. Do you have any political ambitions?
Not really, but I played student politics before.
It's obvious. It's obvious. It's almost as if we are ready for mainstream politics, you know. Our jury seems to be walking in rather casually. I don't know if they are excited or not. But you can see they didn't agree on one person. It was a real banter. Put your hands together for our chairman. As the jury takes their seat, we'll take one or two more comments. Trophy. I was asking about what happens if Kilentia. What has been your observation so far about Fallen Walls Lab 2025?
Yeah, so I think it's been a great event. You know, what actually excites me is you have presenters who actually own their solution. You know, they are willing to go all out for their solution. So that has been it for me. And I hope they keep the fire burning and they keep improving and developing their solution. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's a lady next to you who doesn't want me to call her because she's looking on her phone, but that's what even attracted me to her even the more. Please stand, tell us your observation. You had a wonderful presentation. You couldn't run through all your slides, but you got the message across. Has been your observation so far?
Okay, being on a stage is not an easy thing. Okay, my experience so far, the juries has been good to us. They've given us a lot of feedbacks, and we are really going to work on it to improve our project. Thank you.
Applause. Thank you very, very, very much. Well, the jury is ready for us with the results. But as we do year in, year out, first of all, there will be a special certificate for participation. Every single one of our presenters will get that, including those who joined us even in absentia. So without further ado, Mr. Chairman, are you ready for me?
Yes, we are ready. So we are presenting the certificates of participation. So please, you mention the name, and then when they come.
Well noted. So please, the chairman will be doing this first batch of presentations. Anita Insiadonko joined us online. So virtually, she's getting her certificate of participation. Can we have a lady Elena will take it on her behalf. Oh, put your hands together. Next, we have Rashida Ejay, also joined us via telephone. She's taking her certificate of participation. A big round of applause. Is Rashida here? You're taking on her behalf. Okay, please put your hands together. And our last virtual participant or presenter, Andy Donsa Yaboa, also gets his certificate of participation. Please, a big round of applause for him. Oh, you know him? Okay, then please step forward and take it for him. Oh, please put your hands together. It's not easy to present a voluminous idea in 3 minutes and also be judged on it. They have done a good job. Titus Akansen Bukari. Please put your hands together for Titus. Oh, be generous with your applause. Be generous with your applause. Next, we have Papa called Datsun. Also takes his certificate of participation. Fallen Walls Lab Ghana 2025. Thank you. We have Mary Baba Afoba. She picks up her certificate of participation. Fallen Walls Lab Ghana 2025. Mary spoke on breaking the wall of labor-intensive cashew harvesting. Next, we have Abdul Rahim Ziblim, our politician in the making. He spoke on breaking the wall of plastic and agricultural waste. He picks up his certificate of participation. Now we have Mr. Hussein Abukari. Also picks up his certificate of participation from the UDS, University of Development Studies, breaking the wall of misdiagnosis in animal diseases. A big round of applause for Hussein. Samuel Selassie picks up his award, his certificate of participation, I beg your pardon. He spoke on breaking the wall of unclean water in rural areas. He is from Falstock. Put your hands together for Samuel Selassie. We have Robert Tu. He also picks up his certificate for participation. Put your hands together for Robert. We have Emmanuel Ohiming Sr. Please put your hands together for Emmanuel Ohiming Sr. He picks up his certificate of participation as well. Mr. Joseph Boya is the next participant to pick up his certificate of participation. And please take a very good shot of him. He said he wants to come on TV. Next, we have Beatrice Efia Wilson. She picks up her certificate of participation as well. One of our first presenters. We have Hassan Kote. Please put your hands together. He picks up his certificate of participation. Please, a big round of applause for him. He's here with his wife, who is here to support him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are done.
So now we are going to the real meat of the day. Are we ready? Yes.
We'll just.
Okay, so I wanted to go straight to the audience. Yes. Okay, so the audience award. That's the next award available, a competitive award for that matter. And it goes to only one person. Guess who is the person? If you guess correctly, I'll give you 2,000 Ghana cedis. 2,000 Ghana cedis. If you guess correctly. Okay, there are too many hands, so I'll just go straight to the point. Nobody is interested in the 2,000, so it's okay. I'll keep my 2,000. So please, the winner, Samuel Selassie.
Oh, put your hands together. The audience votes Samuel Selassie as the best presenter for today with the best idea.
Professor Nick, please come and help to present the award to Selassie.
Oh, put your hands together for Prof. He presents the audience award. In the eyes of the audience, he is the best. Let's see if the judges and jury agree. Put your hands together for Samuel Selassie. He spoke on breaking the wall of unclean water in rural areas. Samuel, congratulations. We are proud of you.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're going really straight to the third position of the day. The third position. Okay, this one, if you guess, I'll give you 3,000 Ghana cedis. If you guess. 1, 2, 3. No one again? Okay, so the third position goes to Robert 2.
Put your hands together. Mr. Robert 2 picks up the third position. Falling Walls Lab, Ghana 2025. He comes in number 3 out of 138 pitches that were submitted and shortlisted to 16.
Dr. Blanc, please come forward to help us present the award.
Please put your hands together for Dr. Blanc as he steps forward to present the certificate. And let's give a big round of applause to Robert 2. Robert 2 is from 2 Ceramic Works. He spoke on breaking the wall of glass waste. Oh, please put your hands together. He comes in 3rd place. Congratulations, Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2025. Number 3, you have done exceptionally well. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. Blanc, please stay. You help us do. So now, the second position. I have 5,000 Ghana cedis on stake. Let me know if you're interested. Okay, so the second position today, the 6th of June, 2025, Hussein Abubakar.
Please put your hands together for Hussein Abukari from University of Development Studies. He spoke on breaking the wall of misdiagnosis in animal diseases. Oh, please put your hands together. He comes in 2nd place, Falling Walls Lab, Ghana 2025. Oh, a big round of applause. Congratulations, Hussein.
Please don't go. Yes, because we were in extraordinary moments. The winner for 2025, Falling Walls Lab Ghana, the person representing us.
Mr. Chairman, would you okay, carry on, sir.
Yes. So we have the winner.
Mr. Chairman, is it this person I'm thinking about?
No.
I'm just...
Yes, I have 10,000 cedis. If you know. So let's do this. If you guess correctly, I will give you 10,000 cedis. But if you don't, you have to pay me 5,000 cedis. It's a deal. I have 30 seconds for... 30 seconds. No one? Okay, you guys don't like money.
5 people can come together and take a gamble.
The judges are apart. No, sorry. Yes. So this year, it's extremely extraordinary. I will repeat that again because we've never had this situation before. It's been a very competitive contest. We're very impressed about everybody who contested. The ideas are great. informative, innovative, and impactful. But we still have to make a decision. The decision is mainly informed by not only the areas that we're vetting on, but also by the fact that we need somebody who represents Ghana in Germany during the grand finale. And so the judges would typically consider many factors. And as a result, we have a winner who seems to speak to all of these issues and who we believe will represent Ghana properly and effectively. That person really has been breaking a lot of walls, not only the Berlin walls, but walls here in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I have the singular honor of announcing the winner. In this year, 2025, the year of our Lord, the person is breaking the wall of, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is, it's Anita. Anita is the winner.
Put your hands together. She couldn't be here in person, but she has won the first position. Anita Insiadonko from the University of Development Studies, breaking the wall of infected wounds. Put your hands together. She has won it virtually in absentia, but she has picked up the first award.
Yes.
Breaking the wall of infected wounds she spoke on. And Anita Insiandonko, if you are watching us online, we are extremely proud of you. The jury have chosen you to represent Ghana in Berlin in November. Oh, a big round of applause for Anita Insiandonko.
Hajara from the embassy, please come forward.
Can we put our hands together from Hajara?
Yes, she's picking the award for her.
She picks up the award for Anita Insiadonko.
Please, let's be clear that she's not Anita. So please come, let's.
Oh, please put your hands together. She represents all of us in Berlin in November. This is her boarding pass. A two-way ticket to Berlin and back. Anita Insiadonko from the University of Development Studies wins the award, the first place for Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2025. She wins it virtually. Can we put our hands together for Anita Insiadonko? If you are online, you should be excited wherever you are because you are going to Berlin. This is beautiful. Ajara wants to keep the award, but you work with the German embassy, so it goes to reason you have more than enough tickets to go by. So you take up the certificate on her behalf. She spoke on breaking the wall of infected wounds, and this is indeed special. Thank you very, 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 very much, Ajara Guba, for picking this up on her behalf. Mr. Chairman, are you done? Please put your hands together for every single one of our presenters. Put your hands together for yourself. I know some people are disappointed, but trust you me, it's a win for all of us. Anita will be prepared, trained by our jury, and then we'll go to deliver very well in Berlin. So please, we are all excited for her. Now, can we give a big round of applause to our jury? They did this pro bono. None of them is paid. It's a holiday. They should have been relaxing with their families, but they are here. So can we have all presenters step forward? We are taking our group photographs now. All the presenters, please step forward. All the presenters, please step forward. And after which we'll take the entire jury. So please, you line up right here. Oh, put your hands together for our presenters. It is not easy. Oh, do it better, do it better, do it better. You are all winners. You have done a good job. It has been intense work, research, going to the lab, putting chemicals and all kinds of products together. And we are extremely proud of you. We only can have one winner, but you are all winners in your own right. You have put together good concepts, and after this meeting is not the end of your story. You would have someone help you, pick you up, sponsor, fund your project. This gives you the visibility that you need. So thank you very much, our presenters. We would ask our jury to also step forward for their special photograph. Our presenters, don't sit down just yet. You join the jury. Presenters, please be on standby. Please be on standby. You join the jury for this group picture as well. So the jury take this, and then after that, we all take that. Can our presenters join the jury? Please stand behind them. All our presenters, step forward to the front of the carpet. Yes, perfect. And please line up right behind them. Fallen Walls Lab 2025. Fallen Walls Lab Ghana 2025. The jury and presenters have their special photograph. And thank you all for all the work you put in. It's been rigorous work, months of research. If once we are set with the picture, we can take it, okay? Okay, on the count of three, say Fallen Walls. 1, 2, 3. There you have it. Okay, thank you very, 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 very much. Now, can everyone join them on stage? So you step forward, one more step, one more step. Please, everybody. Let's join them behind. Everybody, 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 everybody. Our alumni here, please come forward. Everyone. Ajara, please make your way to the center. Same for Dr. Blanc. Aha. Everyone. Okay, on the count of three, Fallen Walls. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, can we put our hands together for 17 Multimedia, our technical team? You have done a good job. Please put your hands together for them. It's not easy to operate 6 cameras all at the same time. Right afterwards, we go downstairs and we are going to have lunch. And we want to say a big thank you to all our partners for making this possible. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible. Special mention for Youth Climate Council Ghana, DAAD, and the German Federal Foreign Office, of course, Startup Lounge Africa. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very, very much. We'll see you at lunch. My name is Perry Usweje. Have a pleasant afternoon. Bye-bye. So we all make our way downstairs. We are going to have lunch. Everyone, please, let's go down for lunch.